Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Samuel, you're the only one here right now, so I'm hoping that other people are going to be. Oh, there are more people here. Okay, we should have about 15 or 16 once we get going, and I'm going to start up literally in about 2 or 3 minutes.
All right.
All right, good morning. Can somebody tell me, can you see on your screen right now a white screen that says Welcome to Scratch Programming?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, great. Okay, well then, hello. Welcome to the class. My name is Jeff Scott. I teach in the information technology area at the Ranken Technical College, Wentzville location. I'll be your instructor for the week. Couple things as we get going. First of all, just so you know, I've got a bad cold. The only reason I'm telling you that is if I have to leave for just a second and go blow my nose, that's why. I'll be right back. But I want to start going through this, and I want to do this really, really slowly because I've already gotten emails that there's at least one or two people who are coming back from vacation and they're going to get to class as soon as they possibly can. So, with that said, I am going to go over these PowerPoint presentations right now, but when it comes to creating our Scratch account, and I'm going to take for granted most of you have not done that yet, I'm going to wait and hold off on that until after I go over the rest of the PowerPoints. All right. So, a little bit about me, and I don't want to, this class is not about me at all, but sometimes people ask. So, again, I teach in the AWD or Application Website Development Program at Ranken Wentzville. A week ago today, I celebrated my 5-year anniversary at Ranken, and before that, I had over 25 years teaching in the Wisconsin Technical College system. That's me. Not a great flattering picture, but that's me. Now, this is my YouTube channel. I've literally had two different YouTube channels for about the last 15 or so years. This is the YouTube channel for all of my videos that I've made since I've been at Ranken. And there's probably pretty close to 2,000 videos on there because for every class that I teach, I also tape the lectures. And just so you know, I am taping this lecture. And I'm taping these lectures this week in case somebody has to miss for a day, has to leave for a while, or whatever. All right. Now, I've also shown you it'll be up in a few slides what the URL is for that, but it's a wrong URL. So I fixed it and I will send it out to everybody later today. Now, a couple ground rules. All right. Um, I guess I'm going to probably at least try to leave your mics on. So if you've got questions, you'll be able to ask. But I would really prefer it that if you've got questions, you should have a chat area on your screen that you ask in the chat. All right, it just makes more sense, and the class works out better if we do this. I taught this same class a year ago, and I taught it in this kind of format. But last year we were really in the grips of COVID, so it was totally online. We're hoping that by next year at this time, we'll be teaching these classes back in the classroom. All right, as it says there, please be respectful of all in the class. And hopefully, it looks like at least most of you are on. It says I've got 10 participants right now. I know they're supposed to be closer to about 15. All right. But these are the Zoom URLs for the rest of the week. Those of you who are watching this, you already know how to use Zoom, or somebody in your family does, and you've already been able to get on and get that first one. That's the one right here. All right. So this will be tomorrow's, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And I want to just mention this to you. This is not my Zoom account. This is my boss's Zoom account. The reason that I'm telling you that is I am actually logged in here twice, once as me and once as my boss. I'm hoping nothing goes wrong. I am doing this from home, and my boss is at Ranken right now. So if there is any kind of problem, he can hopefully intervene, but I don't anticipate there being any problem. This is the way we did it last year, and it worked out just fine.
Click here.
On the video.
All right. So again, some ground rules, as it says right there. This is how I plan on setting things up, just so you're aware of it. And what I mean is, I'll lecture for 50 minutes at a time. Then I'll give you a 10-minute break. So we started at 9 o'clock. At 9:50, I'll give you a break until 10 o'clock. Then at 10 o'clock, I'll go till 10:50, 10-minute break till 11 o'clock. You get the idea. All right. Then at 11:55, okay, from 11:55 until 1 p.m., there'll be lunch for you. And I'll try to start back up immediately at 1 o'clock and go through the same format. So from 1 o'clock until 1:50, lecture, give you a break for 10 minutes, 2 o'clock till 2:50, same kind of thing. And then we'll wrap it up at 2:55. All right, as it says, all of these sessions will be recorded and they will be available no later than 24 hours after the recording. I will send each one of you a link every morning with the URL for the previous day's lecture. So it'll be out there. Also, when we break for lunch and when we have our break, I'll pause the recording. All right. But one of the reasons that I had to use my boss's account, if you don't know about Zoom, Zoom used to be free and it still is. But the way that the Zoom is set up right now, your meetings are supposed to be a maximum of 45 minutes. That wouldn't have worked very well for this class. My boss has a paid account for Zoom where we can have our meetings up to 6 hours. And that works out well when the class is 9 to 3. So this will be the YouTube address where all the lectures will be. And again, I'll send it to you tomorrow as well. All right. Okay. So just so you have some kind of an idea then, as far as what we'll be working on. This is the intro right now. All right. And we're going to do a very simple program first called Rainbow Art. You can actually call it anything you want, and we'll get into that in just a little bit. Then we will create another program that's called Heads, Tails, Heads or Tails, whatever you want to call it. And then we'll create a guessing game program. Now, I do want everybody in here to know I've got all these programs done already. They're out under Scratch, and I'm going to show you in just a few minutes how you can get your own copy. So if if you fall behind or whatever, you will have a working copy of the program, all right, of each program that we'll go over. So that should pretty much get us through today. Then tomorrow we'll finish up, kind of do a review, finish up the guessing game thing. Then we'll do a simulation of the Magic 8-Ball. All right. When we get done with that, we're going to start to create our own game, and it'll be a maze game. And when we're going to create 2 variations of this. The first variation is going to be set up for just 1 player. All right. So you can play it basically all by yourself. But then on Wednesday, we'll complete the 1-player and we'll go into a 2-player game. So you can actually play on the computer against someone. All right. And one of you will use the arrow keys that are down in the right-hand corner of your keyboard, the left arrow, right arrow, up arrow, and down arrow. And the other one will use the letter keys A, S, D, and W, where A will be used for the left arrow, W for the up arrow, S for the down arrow, and D for the right arrow. You don't have to worry about that. I mean, you'll see it in just a bit. Then on Thursday, we'll finish up anything we have to do with the Maze game 2-player, and we'll start working on a brick breaker game. All right. And again, we'll do that in 2 iterations. We'll first do it as a single player, and it'll be pretty simple. And then we'll jazz it up a little bit. All right. And we'll add some more sound to it and some color, some etc. So you get an idea of how all that stuff is done. All right. Okay. Just so you know, I take a lot of courses online. Some of these courses that I take online are free. Some of these courses I take online are not free. But I want to show you a course that's online that you can sign up for that is free. All right. I take a lot of courses online through a thing that's called Udemy, and you can see it up there. So if you go out to udemy.com, you do have to sign up for an account. All right. But they don't give you a lot of emails and stuff. It's not like you get deluged with emails. It doesn't work like that. All right. But if you go out there, it's going to look something like this, or at least last Friday when I went out there, it looked like this. I've got an account, so I logged in. Otherwise, as it says there, you can sign up. And if you sign up and you go out there and you put in here Scratch programming in this, there'll be a box right here that's a search box with a little magnifying glass on it. And if you type in search programming young adults, you'll get this. This is a free class. All right. And this guy, not only does he have a free class out there, but he's got a free book. And I'm going to show you that in just a couple minutes. His name is Al Swigert. All right. But if you think that you're having a hard time understanding this, or we go through all of this and you'd like to get some more, etc., you can go through that absolutely for free. All right. You do have to sign up for an account. All right. And then you can take the class. They have many classes there for free. Some of the classes, of course, you have to pay for. All right. So Mr. Swigert has also written a book, and it's an interactive, online, free book. So if you go out to the URL that's up here in blue, you don't have to do this right now, but I'm just telling you this. If you go out to inventwithscratch.com/book3, this is what you're going to see. And in fact, the first program that we're going to create is the one he calls Rainbow Lines. And the Brick Breaker is a variation of his Brick Breaker game. But he has, as you can see in here, a maze runner, which I did not do, shooting hoops with gravity, which I did not do, an asteroid breaker, which I did not do, and an advanced platformer. All right. So you can actually go out there and read this material online for free. If you're interested, you can also purchase a book, all right, where you can get a hard copy book. All right. Now, occasionally you're going to hear dings like you might have just heard right there. I'm keeping my email on, so if anyone has any problems, they can get a hold of me. All right. But what I'd like everyone to do right now is I'm taking for granted that you're all watching this on a computer. I will tell you, and you should have been told this previously, that Scratch does not work on phones. All right. And it has only limited workability, so to speak, on tablets. It works best on a regular laptop computer or on a desktop computer. Now, if you say to me, well, all I have is a tablet, you can give it a try. But I'm not guaranteeing that everything that we're going to be doing in here is going to work for you. All right. But what I'd like everybody to please do right now is to go, open up a browser window and go out to scratch.mit.edu. You do not need the HTTPS://. Just please go out to scratch.mit.edu I'd like everybody to please do that right now. While you do that, I'm going to quickly switch, and I want to make sure that this mail that I got wasn't from somebody who was having a problem. Okay, it was not. All right. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. There we go. Can everybody still see the Scratch homepage on your screen right now? Can you see where it says Scratch homepage? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm just trying to make sure, because I know I've conducted Zoom meetings before where all of a sudden whatever I'm working on will just cut out and you can't see it anymore. All right. And I want to make sure that does not happen. So if you do go out there, you're going to see something that looks at least similar to this. Maybe not exactly like this, but it should at a minimum look similar to this. Again, I took a screenshot of this last Friday. All right. Now we're not going to do this yet. Again, I'm going to go through all of these PowerPoints, and then I'm going to go back because it'll be closer to 10 o'clock then. And then I'm going to show you how to set up an account. I also have it in here. There's all the steps are right there, but I'm going to skip those in just a minute because, like I said, there's a couple people who are going to be joining late today, and I don't want anyone to fall too far behind. All right. Now, yours should look very similar to this, and unless you've already set up an account for yourself, all right, it'll look almost exactly like this up on top. Now, a couple things. First of all, if you ever want to get back to this homepage, you just click the word Scratch up there. That's the easiest thing I can tell you. All right. If you want to start to create a brand new file, you click the Create button. All right. If you want to be able to look through the stuff that's down below here, etc., you can click the Explore button, the Ideas button, and the About button. They'll bring you to different areas on the page, or maybe even another page, but they'll bring you up to information about Scratch. All right. Scratch has a really good user community. And what I mean is, let's suppose it's next week, the class has ended, and you're working on a program, and you can't get it to work. All right. What you're going to see in just a couple minutes when we go down here, I'm jumping way ahead here, but is that there's a Scratch community out there with discussion forums. So if you click that, this should be at the bottom of your screen. You can go out and actually ask questions to people. All right. So what you have in here, these are all where it says featured products and featured studios, etc. These are all things that people have done. All right. So these are all working products. And you literally can go out and click on one. And if you do, you don't have to do it right now. But if you do, what you're going to find is somewhere up in the upper right-hand corner, it's going to say Remix. And if you click the Remix button, it'll take a copy of their code and put it on your machine. So you can just do a file save basically after that. Then you've got your own copy. That's what I'm going to have you do with my programs in just a few minutes. All right. So again, I'm going to skip creating the account, but when we do create the account, we're going to go under Join Scratch. All right. Your username, notice what it says. Don't use your real name here. So if your name is John Smith, don't use John Smith. Also, let's say you say, well, I'll just say J Smith. Chances are pretty good that's going to be taken. All right. So for example, my email address at Ranken is JP Scott. And I tried to use that. And of course, it was taken. So then I went and looked and I said, okay, back in the school I used to work at, my email address was Jeffrey P because my middle initial is P. That was taken. So I went and put in for a username, Jeffrey P 4444. Where's my favorite number? I put it in 4 times. That was available. All right. So you should do something similar to that when we get to that point. Again, the account is free. And I'm literally walking you through everything that you're going to be asked. Whatever you put in for a password, here I would recommend that you do turn that on. Also, take that password and write it down someplace so you don't forget it. After you've got all this filled out, you click next. It asks what country you live in. Of course, you'll choose United States and click next. It asks when you were born. They've never said anything. They've never wished me a happy birthday. They've never done anything. So you can click down here and put in your month or your year. If you don't want to put the real thing in, they have no way of knowing anyway. You click next. They ask your gender. And again, if you don't want to say, just say prefer not to say. You click next. They'll ask for a working email for you. This is a working email because they will send a link to you at that email address. And once you click it, your account will be created and everything will be done. All right. And it says by creating an account, you acknowledge the privacy policy, etc. And you can click on those if you want to see more. All right. Then once you've done that, you can then sign in. Okay. So again, there's mine, Jeffrey P4444, and there's your password shows like this. You click sign in and boom, you're in. Now it doesn't look that different when you get in there, but it'll look a little bit different. So again, I've talked about these already, and I don't want to just sound like a broken record, but clicking on Scratch will always get you back to your home page. Create will allow you to create a new Scratch project. Explore ideas and about will allow you to go in and take a look around the Scratch website. All right. The only mails that I normally get from them are either if there's a new version coming out, or like I said, when I created the account. But one thing that you'll want that you should be able to see then after you create your account is it'll have your account name here. And if you click the down arrow that's right there, what you're going to find is there will be a folder in there that's called My Stuff. And guess what? That's your stuff. So every time you create a Scratch project, it'll be automatically put in the My Stuff directory. Again, I will show you that in just a few minutes. All right, so again, the featured projects, featured studios, you can go take a look at that stuff if you have any interest in doing so. All right, they typically will take somebody who's like a Scratch programmer and kind of feature them. So this is projects curated by this person. All right. And there's a lot of stuff on here. So if we do finish early, last year it was Friday morning and we were basically finished. So what I did was I came up with a few simple requirements and I said, now go out and build your own program. And then what I asked people to do when they got done was to send me a link to their program. And then what I did was I did a mix on their program and I put it out on the internet so people could see it. I'm going to show you that in just a couple minutes. All right. So as we work our way through here again, this is the thing on the bottom that you should see on the bottom of the Scratch homepage. The ones you're going to probably care the most about are going to be probably like the discussion forums. And also when we run Scratch here, the way that I'm showing it to you, we're going to be running it right from the web browser. But you can also download Scratch if you want and work on it offline. And that's on the download button. I'm not going to go through that, but if you do that, it will not automatically save your stuff out to your internet account. But if you wanted to work on something that was private or whatever, you could click download right there. All right. So I already mentioned the stuff on here to you. And once you click create here, this menu is going to change. It's going to look like this. So it's going to say file here. And as soon as we create a file, it'll call it the word untitled, followed by a dash and some number. The first thing that we're going to do when we get in here is we're going to change that name. All right. And then save it again. Now, what I've got on the screen right now, this is basically our Scratch environment. Don't worry about memorizing it. It would make no sense to do that, but I want to point out a couple of the things that are in here. And I realize it's a little tough to see, but right here, there's a tab that says code. All right. You don't have to write any code in this class. Rather, you'll take the stuff that you see in here and you'll drag it out into this area right there. And that writes the code for you. So if you look here, we've got things here that say motion and looks and sound and events and control, etc. So there's about 9 or 10 things here. We're even going to add an extra one by clicking the button down here a little bit later. And don't worry about it. It's really and truly not hard. But for this language, rather than you writing code, you drag these things out, and you may or may not be able to tell they got little notches either on the bottom or on the top or both, where you can link things together. And that's what we're going to be doing. All right. This area right here is what your program looks like. This is Scratch. All right. So the mascot for Scratch programming is Scratch the cat. Okay. The first program that we create, we're not even going to use Scratch. We're going to get rid of Scratch. But we will have them for a couple programs, and then we'll get rid of them again. All right. So that's the area in which you see your program. And you might say, well, geez, that looks pretty small. If you click up here and near the upper right-hand corner, that makes this thing go full screen. If you click it again, it goes back to this size. All right. To run your programs in Scratch, you click the green flag. To stop your program in Scratch from running, you click the red stop sign. It's pretty simple. All right. And then in here on the bottom, this is usually referred to in here as your sprites area. And cat Scratch here is an example of a sprite. We will be creating our own sprites or grabbing existing sprites from Scratch. We'll be doing that. All right. Now, a couple more things. First, going back to here, I've gone over this whole thing, but I said this here says code. Next to it right here, all right, next to it here, it says costumes. And if you click on costumes, it basically will show you kind of the background of whatever it is you're working on. All right. And again, if that makes no sense, it will make more sense once we get going. That's all I can tell you, because it will. Finally, when you want to work on your own sounds, you click on sounds. It's a little different than when you click on sounds right here. And again, you'll see all this stuff as we get going. So again, the area right here is called the block palette. All right. And as you can see, it's broken up into what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different sections. Motion, looks, sound, events, control, sensing, operators, variables, and my blocks. You probably don't have pen right now. Don't worry about it. I'm going to show you how to get that in just a couple minutes. All right. All you do is you click down here on this thing, and that's called that is called the extensions area, and then you choose pen, and then you'll have it too. But this whole thing together is called the block palette. Now I clicked on motion, and that's why I've got all the blue stuff here. If I click on looks, it'll show me all the purple stuff, etc. All right. This area is, again, this is where you drag the code out to, and it's called the scripts area. All right. Not really much more to say about it than that. This is called the stage area. You saw that it was in the upper right-hand corner. And again, that's right now, it just shows Scratch the cat, the official Scratch mascot. And then down below that is the sprites area that I already mentioned. And there's actually 2 different things that you can set back here. You can set sprites, which allow you to add things that basically go in here. And the one over here is going to be called backdrop. And that allows you to change your background. All right, we're going to do all of this stuff. All right, the next couple slides that are in here, they're a little bit older, but I just wanted you to see this. So up here, this is the menu bar. You will have the name of your project will be in there. It won't look exactly like this, but again, The green flag starts it. The red stop sign stops it. All right. These are called tabs up here. And again, your block palette area, your blocks area, your scripts area, your stage area, and your sprite list area. Now, you don't have to remember any of those. All right. I always tell my students that, to me, anyone who thinks they can get into this field and memorize everything, they're being foolish, because there's just so much that it doesn't even pay to try to memorize it. But somebody who really knows what they're doing, all right, knows where to look when they want to find something. All right. So if you can imagine, I dragged out this brown thing that says when clicked. I dragged out this purple thing that said hello. I dragged out this lighter brown thing that says forever. And I dragged out these two blue things, one that says move 10 steps and one that says turn 15 degrees. So why am I telling you that? Well, when you look here, virtually every Scratch program you create will start with a when clicked, which means that when the program starts, what do you want to have happen? You may or may not be able to tell looking at this, but it's got like a brown ridge on top, and it's got a little notch here where we connected the say hello. But there's nothing up here, so this cannot connect to anything up on top. It can only connect on the bottom. This say hello connects to the when clicked, and it connects to the forever block that's right here. All right, so it's got a notch here, and it's got a little thing that connects to a notch here. So why am I telling you this? Because this is the kind of thing that you do to write a program. So you click, and what this is going to do is it's going to just say hello real quick on the screen. And if you've got Scratch up there, Scratch will then like mouth hello. And then this is what's called an infinite loop. You're telling it to run forever. You're telling them to move 10 steps and then turn 15 degrees. Then move 10 more steps, then turn 15 degrees. 10 more steps and 15 degrees. And you're telling them to do that forever. Now, it's a kind of a silly example, but the reason that it's put there is to show you this is the kind of thing that we're going to be doing. All right. Now, before I go on, any questions anybody has on anything we've covered so far? Anything? All right, not hearing any, then I'll continue on. All right. So what Scratch does, and I don't want to bore you with this stuff, but it allows you to do what's called structured programming. Okay. Now, if in this example right here, if I had when clicked, and let's just pretend for a second we had in here when clicked, and underneath this it said say hello. Then underneath that there was another of these purple things that said say goodbye, and there was nothing else there. So hopefully you're with me. So we had when clicked, say hello, say goodbye. That'd be our whole program, and that would be sequence. You do one line after the other. So if you've got 10 lines, you do line 1, then line 2, then line 3, until you get to line 10, and then you're done. All right. And there is a lot of programming that is done like that, that is done using sequence, but not all programming. So what we're going to get to is the ability to use selection, and that's an if then or an if then else type of program. And imagine this. So imagine that you're going down a road, all right, and boom. So I've got the mouse. So you're going down a road, and all of a sudden the road ends. And let's say you can only go to the left. And we're assuming here that it's a one-way street, so you can't back up. So all you can do is go left. All right. Otherwise, I suppose you could stop your car and get out and do nothing. But that's like an if then. So if I reach the end, then turn left. But sometimes when you reach the end of a road like that, you can go either left or you can go right. That's an if then else. So if I want to turn left, then I turn left, else I turn right. So that's going to allow us to make decisions. All right. And you can make, you can make even more than that, because what if you can turn left, or you can turn right, or you can go straight? We'll get into all that in just a bit. And the final part of this is known as iteration or repetition or looping. Okay, so what we're going to use for selection in here is an if-then block. What we're going to use for multiple selection is an if-then-else block. And when we want to repeat something, we're going to use a repeat or a repeat until or a forever. And again, you already saw that with the forever loop that was right here. All right, so let's just say that it's the end of the day and you're like, man, he threw so much at us. It would be nice to be able to go back and, kind of look at everything, maybe not listen to him, but just maybe look at something online. If you look at this website, you don't have to go out there. But if you do, it's a little old. It's like 10 years old, but it's basically it's a primer for the Scratch programming language. And they got most of the stuff in there that we'll be covering this week and a lot more. Now, earlier, we looked at up here and I said there was scripts, costumes, and sounds. And we looked at the scripts, which was our code, basically. I think now it says code, but we didn't look at costumes. And that's right here. So when you do this, there's different things that you can do. And we're actually in the first program that we do in just a bit. All right, the first program that we're going to do in just a bit, we're going to go into this area that's right here. And you don't have to worry because what we're going to do is not going to be anything hard. Literally, the interface or what you see on the screen for our first program when you run it, we're going to have 4 red dots. That's it. And they're going to be little red dots about the size of this dot that's right here, but it'll be red. And that's going to be the whole interface for our program. But once it runs, it's going to do a lot of stuff that we tell it to do. All right. Okay. So again, I want to just very quickly, because I don't want to waste my time, and I certainly don't want to waste your time or bore you, but I want to go over a couple of the things that are in each one of these. So if I want to move literally by default, it's going to move to the right. If I want to move 10 steps, boom, I just put one of these in here. I can change the number that's in there if I want. So if I put negative 10 steps, instead of moving to the right, it'll move 10 steps to the left. All right. If I put 100 steps, instead of moving 10 steps, it'll move 10 times that many steps. All right. Then you can also have it move a certain number of degrees. Now, I don't know what your math background is. It's none of my business. But when you think of something that works in a circle is 360 degrees. So a half circle would be 180 degrees. A quarter circle would be 90 degrees, etc. Scratch uses a lot of that stuff, but it does the counting differently. And if you say, I don't know what you mean, I'm going to show you in just a minute. All right. So if you want your program, or if you want to go to a random spot on the screen, maybe you're creating your own game and you want it to start at a random position every time, you can do this. All right. And there's stuff that you can put in there. So when you see this darker blue thing, you can literally grab one of these and put it inside of there. And if you don't know what I mean, again, we're going to be doing that. All right. This will position something on the screen. Now, Scratch is a little bit different. I'm going to go ahead a little bit here. I guess quite a bit here. And I want to show you this. Come on. I thought it was in here. Maybe there it is. All right. So Scratch is a little bit different in the way that it works. So again, if this is your circle, instead of it going from 0 to 360, it goes from 0 to 90 to 180, and then it goes and it starts counting backwards again to 0. All right. And the reason that I'm telling you that is twofold. All right. One reason is it's a little funky and it looks different than the way that other things are done. And the other reason is you're going to be putting in some negative numbers. So again, if I wanted to move 15 degrees left, that would put me here. If I wanted to move 15 degrees right, I would go here. If I wanted to go 15 degrees left, I would put in a negative number. All right. And to go along with that, if you look right here, excuse me. If you look right there, again, I don't know how much experience you have with number systems, but I remember probably in junior high, I don't know what it was, maybe 7th grade, we learned about a y-axis and an x-axis. And where those two axes met, right in the middle here, was called the origin. And that's how it is in Scratch. So this point, you can't see it, it's hidden by Scratch, but right there would be 0.00. So if I want to make sure something is positioned right in the middle of the screen, I position it at 0.00. And you're going to see this again as we go through here. All right. It may not make a whole heck of a lot of sense right now, or maybe it does. I don't know. So then we've got looks. And notice, for example, it says say hello for 2 seconds. It doesn't have to say hello. You can click on the word hello and make it say anything you want. And it doesn't have to be for 2 seconds. You can click on that number and you can make it any number you want of seconds. If you want it to say hello and not turn off, you can click there. If you want them to think, where it comes up like a little think bubble, here it says for 2 seconds, etc. You get the idea, hopefully. All right. You could have multiple screens on which you want to switch back and forth, and that's where the costume will come in. We'll get into that, but not today, probably Wednesday, I would guess. Then next we have sound. All right, Scratch has a bunch of built-in sounds for you. We'll use some of them, and you can also add your own sounds, and I'll show you how to do that. Here you can say play sound until done. So if it's real long, if it's 10 or 15 seconds, it'll play all of it. Here it'll just play the beginning of it. As you'd probably guess, if you've got sounds going, clicking the button where the mouse is right now will stop your sounds. And there's things for volume and for pitch, etc. I'm not going to go through any of those right now. This slide right here, from what we've looked at so far, is the most important slide, because events are what your program responds to. So the when clicked event is something we're going to use in every single program that we write. So we will click on events, and this is one of the things that'll show, and you'll click on this and you'll drag it out to your scripts area, and then you'll be able to start adding things to it. There are other ones in here. It's not going to make a lot of sense until we actually get into it. All right. Sorry. So next we've got control. And you'll notice this is that what I called before repetition or looping. You can tell the system to wait a predefined number of seconds, or to repeat something a number of times, or to repeat it forever. This is called an infinite loop. This has also got our if then and our if then else inside. All right. Underneath that, we've got sensing. So what we will end up doing, we'll start it probably tomorrow, but we'll work on this maze game. And you want to make sure when you're doing the maze game that if somebody is touching the maze, that you don't want them to be able to continue on. They've got to back up or do whatever. So that's the kind of thing that we're going to be using in here. So you can do, when you're touching something, you can have it based on colors, etc. And there's a few other things in here. There's an ask. So notice it says here, ask, what's your name, and wait. So if I put that in there, let's say I put it in there for Scratch, Scratch would then say, what's your name? And there'd be a little box that would come in underneath it where you could put your name. Whatever you enter into that box goes into a variable called answer. All right. And there's some stuff with mouse. We may or may not get into that. I don't know. All right. Next, we've got operators. So if I want to be able to add things together, subtract, multiply, or divide, that should be pretty obvious. All right. One of the things that we're going to do, and we'll either start it today, all right, I think we'll start it today, is we're going to make a simple little guessing game. where we will have the computer pick a random number between 1 and 100, and you'll try to guess it. All right, so we will use the pick random for that. Okay, and we'll use this again when we're working on some of the other games, and we'll put in a number between negative 180 and positive 180. And that goes back to what I showed you before with that big circle in there that went 15, 30, 45, etc., and then did the same thing, but with negative numbers. Here I can check if something is greater than something, if something is less than something, if something is equal to something. Here we've got and or, and there wasn't enough room for it, but there's one down there called not. We're going to hit on almost all those. Then we've got this. This allows us to create our own variables. So you click on the variable, that's what's down here. It's a little cut off, but it'll come up that says make variable. You click that box that's right here, and you can create your own variable. All right, and we will do that. And if you click, if here, it'll actually show it up on the screen. We typically won't want that to happen, so we'll have that unchecked. Here we can change the value of a variable with both these. This will set it to an initial value. This will change its value. This will show the variable or hide the variable. All right. And then finally, and we're going to do all this stuff, you'll notice that down at the bottom here, it says my blocks. All right. We'll make our own code blocks. So rather than taking everything that we have and putting all of it, rather than taking and putting all of it in one contiguous area, we'll break it up into areas. And those areas will be called blocks. All right. This thing on the very bottom again is the extensions. And we will use that. And when we click it, it'll show about 8 of these things, but the one that we'll work with is the pen. So you'll see that. So this is the kind of code that we're going to have. So again, this says, hey, when you click to start the program, we want whatever it is, whatever sprite we're working with, a cat or whatever, to point in a random direction between negative 180 and 180. And then forever, we want it to move 10 steps. But if it keeps going and keeps going, eventually it hits the wall here. So if it's on an edge, we're telling it to bounce. So start going the other way. And then when it hits the edge, bounce again and go back. All right. This is right, what you see on your screen right here. This is basically the code that we're going to put in for the first problem that we're going to end up doing together. All right. And again, we're not going to at all try to do this quickly. All right. I want to check because I got another beep. No. Okay. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that there isn't anybody who's trying to get in here and can't for whatever reason. All right. So what I'd like you to do, not right now, but what I'm going to want you to do eventually after we got our accounts set up, is you're going to put this right here, just like this, into your browser. Okay. And when you do that, what's going to happen is I want you to be in Scratch when you do that, but I want you to open it up in a new browser window. It's going to have a button that's going to come up in there for my project, and it's going to say remix. And I don't know if I've got it. There it is. So yours will say remix like this. This is just a different one. I grabbed something that was online already. So you'll put that in, you'll hit enter, and you'll have a remix button. As soon as you click remix, what that will automatically do then is it will take and make a copy of my project and put it on your machine. All right. So after you've mixed it, you'll come back in here and you'll save it. That's all you're basically going to have to do for that. All right. So you will each have your own copies, in other words. This is the first one that we're going to create as class. All right. And we're going to make these 4 dots here, 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 and here. They can be positioned anywhere. It just happens to be that they're right here. All right. So this is the first one that we're going to create. Then we're going to create a simple one that looks like this. This will allow us to do different things. I sent everyone in the class a zip file that's got a bunch of stuff in it. And one of the things that's in it is that there is a folder, and this folder is called images. And in there's an image of a quarter heads and a quarter tails. And we will add our own sprite. This is one of the built-in sprites. It's a wizard. and we'll do that. Then we'll go to the guessing game and we'll use Scratch for that. And you'll say the computer generates a random number, then it'll tell you that it's been generated, and down here it'll ask you to guess. So that'll be the third one that we'll do. Then we'll do a magic 8-ball program. So you ask a question down here, is it raining today? Will it rain today? You click right here or you hit enter, and this ball will change to tell you that. It's about as reliable as a real magic 8-ball if you've ever had one of those. All right. I mean, last year I did this and I was showing the students, and we put in there, is it going to rain today? And it came back in here after you, and it changed to you're hot, which didn't make much sense, but you get the idea. Then we'll do the maze, and this is the single maze. It's hard to tell probably, but that's a monkey right there that's got to go through the maze to get to the bananas. And then we'll do another one where we've got a monkey here who's going for the bananas, and up here we've got an elephant. I know it's kind of hard to see, who's going for apples. All right. And again, this is 2-player. So the one player can use the up, down, left, and right arrow. And the other one will use the W for up, the A for left, the S for down, and the D for right. And then we'll go and we will do a brick breaker program that'll look real simple like this, but then we'll jazz it up and it'll look a lot nicer, and it'll, we'll have some special effects and stuff, etc., like that on it. And it will also use these keys. All right. So what I want us to do, because we're right now coming up on 9:50, and I said I'd go for 50 minutes. All right. Is what I'd like everyone to please do. We're going to take a 10-minute break in just a second, but if you're not there, please go out to scratch.mit.edu. I'm going to do the same thing. So I've got to come in here and do a new share. And let's see. Okay. And can everybody see the actual scratch.mit.edu site? Does everybody see this up here where I've got the mouse going around?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's where I'd like you to be. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. And what I'm going to do, just so you know this, where am I? You should now see a 10-minute timer on the screen that I just started. So we'll start up again in 10 minutes. I'll see you then. All right, I'm back, and I'm hoping that everyone else is as well. Now, am I right in assuming that you see on your screen right now, the end of the timer, it says 0:00? Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. If I change, do you now see a different screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. These are the people who took the camp last year. All right. Now they've changed things around. They had been giving t-shirts, but they decided to stop giving out the t-shirts because they cut down the price of the camp. So it made it cheaper for your parents. But what I'd like you to do, and you don't have to do this, but what I'd like you to do is everybody who's in the class, if you could have somebody just grab their phone or your phone and take a picture of you and send it to me. And then I'm going to make another one of these this year for the people who are in this camp. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. If you want to, that's fine. I only use your first name. All right. And you can see we had last year. So this was from last year. Here's 3 of the people, 3 more. We had a few that didn't, they never sent me a picture, which was fine. So I just did something like this. So we had about a dozen people or so last year. Then what we did was the last day of class, I asked that people work on their own projects and then send them to me so I could remix them and put them out here when they got done. And as you can see, Luke and Alice and Bugsy and Ty all sent me their projects. So I put links to them out there. Now, if you want to do this, that's great. And if you don't, that's also fine. but I will give you this email address when it gets done. And your picture will be out there that anybody can see it, and your project will be out there if anybody wants to see it. If you don't want to do it, it's not a problem. You don't have to do it. All right. But if you do want to do it, sometimes people like doing stuff like that, then you'd be able to as well. All right. Now, when we go to lunch, I'm going to bring up this 60-minute timer. So we'll go to lunch, like I said, about 5:02 or so. But just so you're aware of that, just so you know. All right. So am I right in assuming everyone is at this screen right now? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go in, and I'm going to actually come in with you and try to create myself my own new Scratch account. So I'm going to click here on Join Scratch. All right. And it asks you, you've already seen this in the slides, but for a username. Again, do not put in your first name, last name. All right. There are unfortunately bad people out there on the internet that might try to find you or whatever. So mine right now is Jeffrey P 4444. But I'm going to see if I'm going to try to just call mine I am Jeffrey P. So I'm going to try to see if I can create a new one. Now you'll notice that it took that. But if I'd have come in there and said, for example, Jeffrey P 4444, and I move down, it comes back and it says that's already taken. So you'll know right away, as soon as you put something in here and attempt to move off, whether or not that particular that particular username is available or is not available. All right. Then come in and put in a password. All right. So I will, if I did put it in, so let's just say I put in hello here. If I put in hello and I've got show password, it says must be 6 letters or longer. But if I click it here, it will not show those. So I'll put something in here. I don't know. If they don't match, you're going to get a message and you won't be able to go on. But once you put in your username and once you put in your password and your matching password, again, whether you have show password or not, does not matter. Click next. All right. Now it says in here, I've got a password manager on my machine. You might not have this, but I'm just going to tell it. Yeah, go ahead. All right. So it says in here, what country do you live in? And you click the down arrow and notice the first one that comes up is United States of America. All right. I'm trying to do this slowly, but if I am going too fast, somebody please stop me. All right. So, yep, United States of America. I click next again. When were you born? Well, unlike the rest of you, I'm an old guy. So I was born way back in 1956. All right, so that's what I'd put. Again, if you don't want to put yours or if you want to put something fake in there, you can do that. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to click next again. And it asks me my gender. All right, I'm going to put it in. But again, if you're not comfortable putting it in, just put down prefer not to say. That's totally fine. And click next. And it says, what is your email? Now, this is important because I already have an email and I don't know which one I used. I think I used my charter account. So I'm going to try to put in here jpscott@ranken.edu. Okay. And this is called a CAPTCHA if you've never seen this before. And it asks to pick out all the bicycles. If there are none, click skip. I don't see any. There are motorcycles, but I don't see bicycles. So I'm going to click skip. All right, traffic lights. There's one, there's one, there's one. Verify. All right. And it looked like that worked. So I get a welcome to Scratch. I am Jeffrey P. Get started. And you'll notice that when I do that, it now says I am Jeffrey P right there. And if I click the down arrow, it's got my stuff, which currently is empty. Now, is there anyone who went through these steps and either I went too fast or it did not work for you. Anybody? All right, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm hoping that it all worked for you. So we're about to create our first program. Before we do, I just want to show you one thing. All right, I'm going to go to a new share here, and I'm going to go back to my PowerPoints. And this is the last time we'll have PowerPoints in here, so don't worry about that. So we went through all this stuff already, but I want to get down to almost the very end. Again, first, this is what we're going to make. And you'll probably be amazed at how fast we make it. Really and truly isn't hard to do. All right. But as we go on, let's see, there we go. Now, back when I was, I don't know how old, but probably, as old as one of these kids in here, we had a toy that my brother got for Christmas that was called a spirograph. That's not me. This is a picture from the internet. All right. And basically, it came with a bunch of stuff like this, and some paper, and some pens. And you put these things on the paper, and you drew, and you could make little things that look like this. All right. Now, that's kind of what we're going to be doing. I already showed you this, but the one that we do is going to look like this. And it's going to allow me the chance to show you a few things. Like what? Like how to put our own sprites out there, and that'll be these 4 dots. All right. How to put some code out there, and that's what's going to draw these things. When we draw these things, we're going to be using what's called the pen. So that'll allow me to help you, or to show you rather, how you can put in an extension. So we'll do that. All right. And then finally, I'll show you how you can change your backdrop. If you don't like the one that I've chosen, you'll be able to choose any one you want. All right, so we're going to do all that stuff. So with that said, then I'm going to do another where I do a new share, and I'm going to go back again. So I'm here. Can everybody see my screen? And up here it says, I am Jeffrey P. Everybody see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm taking for granted, because no one said the opposite, that all of you were able to get into Scratch and all of you were able to create your own account. All right, so I've got 10 people in here right now.
I just made mine.
Okay, I'm taking for granted that all of yours worked. So what I want you to do then is I want you to click the word create that's up in your menu here. All right, and your screen should then look like this. Am I right in assuming everybody's screen looks like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, up here it says untitled. We don't want that. Now, you can call this whatever you want. Now, I want to, but there's just one thing I want to say about it. What a lot of people do, you don't have to do this, but what a lot of people do is they start the name of their project with their username. Because if they decide they want to put it out there for the world to see, then theirs won't be the same name. I mean, I could call this Rainbow Art. It's not a problem. But if I looked out there for Rainbow Arts, there probably are a lot of them out there on the system. So I'm going to call mine, I'm going to put it all in lowercase letters. I'm going to put I am Jeffrey P. And I'm going to put a hyphen or a dash. And I'm just going to put in here Rainbow Art, like that. You can do the same, or you can call it something different. You can, C-A-N, you can put blank spaces in the name if you want to. You can put capitalization in if you want to. All right, you can do that. It doesn't hurt anything. But after I put that in, I am Jeffrey P. hyphen Rainbow Art. I just hit enter, and notice the name has changed here. Everybody see that? And then when I come over here and I click and I look under my stuff, there's I am Jeffrey P. Rainbow Art. So notice if I didn't want it anymore, I could just click delete. All right. Well, I do want it. So I'm going to click there again. I thought it went away when I did that. So just click the X. Oh, come on. Let's see. Project Studio. Yeah. Well, I'm going to just click over here again on Scratch. There we go. And go back to create. And now I'm going to choose the project. So I'll click here and I'll go to my stuff. And it looks like it made an untitled, which I don't want. So I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to bring this up by clicking See Inside. And there it is. All right. Now, there's a lot of steps here, but what we have to do really isn't hard. All right. Now, that's easy for me to say. When I'm teaching in the classroom and I've got a bunch of college students in there, sometimes we'll look at a book and it'll say, now do this. This is an extremely easy thing to do. Well, that might be true, but a lot of times the first time you do something, it's not extremely easy. It might be quite difficult. The only reason I'm telling you that is, please, if we do something in here that does not make sense to you, I am going to take for granted that you're going to stop me. All right. And we won't go on until it does make sense, because I don't want to lose anyone in here. There's absolutely I have absolutely no desire to do that. All right. So you don't have to do this, but if you look on the screen right now, I could run the program and I could even run it full screen. And there's what it is. Doesn't look like much. It isn't much. All right. I can stop the run and click here and go back. But that's what we have so far. So the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to get rid of this sprite that's called cat. All right. Or sprite 1 or whatever it's called. So take your mouse, click on here, right mouse click and choose delete. And it's gone. Now you'll notice that when I did that, sometimes when you remove stuff, it'll ask you, it'll say, are you sure you want to do that? It doesn't do a lot of that here, just so you know that. If you do something, typically you won't be prompted with, are you sure you want to do that? It'll just do it. All right. So if I wanted to change my background, I would click this right here, but I don't yet. We'll do that later. But I want to add a new sprite. So let's take a quick look, and you'll notice there's 4 different options in here. The first one says choose a sprite. All right, we're not going to choose that one. But if we did, it would bring this up. And these are the things that are built into Scratch. And they even have them in here by different category. So if I wanted, for example, animals, I could click here. That's where I got the elephant from, and that's where I got the monkey from, that we will use later. So when we do that later, if you don't want to use an elephant and a monkey, if you want to use a dragon and a duck, just do that. That's not a problem. All right. So that's the first one. Second one there is the one we're going to use that says paint, but I'm going to skip that one for now. The third one says surprise. And what that does is it picks out something random. I have never used that because I've never had a reason to, but you can. And the last one is if you want to create your own sprite, you click upload sprite. All right. We will actually do that, and we will not create our own sprite, but we will grab a sprite that I put out there for you, and that's how the mazes will be created. So what I want you to do is under choose a sprite, go to the one that looks like a paintbrush and choose the word paint. Everybody there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So click on there and it looks like this.
Yep.
And you'll notice it changed from code to costume. So this is basically what we're going to be drawing right here. All right. What we want to do is we want to click here on this circle. All right. Now I'm going to use red for my color. If you don't like red, make it another color. All right. Make it any color you want. It really and truly is fine. But I'm going to come up here where it says fill, and I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to make that red, which is going to make the whole thing here red. All right. And it says that's the color, and I want it to be totally red, etc. So it's going to look like this. So I've got all 3 of these pushed all the way over to the right. Now, I don't want any outline on this. Because right now, if I put that dot in there, it would work fine, but it would be a red dot with a black outline. I don't want any outline. So I've set all these up, and now I'm going to come over to here. And again, I don't want any outline. All right. So, I mean, there's different ways I can do this, but I want there to basically be no color. I want there to be no saturation. And so it kind of looks like this. So my hope is when I get done, it's going to make a red dot with a red outline around it. So you won't even be able to see it. Now, if you do it and you have an outline or a different color or whatever, okay, just remove the sprite and create it again. It really and truly does not matter. All right, your program will work the same, even if it looks kind of funky. All right, so I've got that, and now I'm going to just click over here so that goes away. Now I want to choose the circle, so if you haven't chosen that, choose that, but don't draw it yet. Why? Because if I start drawing on here, by default, it doesn't make a circle. It makes an ellipsis, which is not a true circle, but I want a circle. So I hold down on the shift key, all right, and then I come in here and I start to draw, and I draw a real little dot like that. There it is. So that's the first thing I've done. So I'm taking for granted that each one of you can create a dot like that. All right. So the first thing that we want to do with this dot is sprite1 is a silly name for it. We want to change its name. So come over to here, and where it says sprite1 right here, highlight all that or just remove it. And we're going to call this, instead of sprite1, we're going to call this dot1. DOT with a number 1 at the end. Okay. So after you type in dot1, hit enter, and that should change the name from sprite1 to dot1. And again, if you had any problems doing this, please let me know.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay, so I've got the color and I click the circle icon. And how do I make the circle on
You have to take your mouse, put it in here, hold down on the left mouse button, and then just move it a little bit, and it'll start drawing it.
Okay, thank you.
Got it? Okay. All right.
I'll try.
Another question? Okay. All right. So that's the first one. Now, just so you see this, because I'm trying to be complete here. Okay, there's the dot, right? And I could, if I wanted to, I could do stuff with it, etc. I don't know why I did that, but I don't want to. But if I wanted to make sure, let's say that I wanted it up here someplace. I don't know where, but I'm just making this up. So I want it over here someplace. I could come in here where it says X and Y, and that's its coordinates. So that's basically where I want it to go. And I could type in here, for example, 100, 100. All right. And it may not look like it moved, but hopefully at least it did. Now, if it did or didn't, it really doesn't matter. It's not that big a thing. But what we want to do next is we want to come in and we want to add some code to this dot. All right. We want to add some code to the dot. Now, the problem is we can't add code to the dot now because we're in costume mode. And I'm going to show you something because I do it and everybody does it. So I'd like you, instead of costumes, I'd like you to click on right there where it says code. All right. And the only sprite we have on here is this one. But imagine that we had a bunch of these sprites. You always want to make sure that you click on the sprite that you want to add code to. And when you click on it, watch the sprite up here. It'll get like a blue outline around it. Hopefully you saw that. It was kind of quick. All right. But what we want to do is we want to now start adding some of these things that are in here. So again, as we're doing this, if I'm going too fast, stop me, please. All right. Okay, so we want to go in here and we want to find 4 down. We want to find where it says events. And I want you to click on that dot that says events. and then this changes. If you don't want to do that, you can move up and down like this as well. All right, but it's usually easiest if you know where you're going to go right here. Now, the first one that you see under events says when clicked. We want to grab that. And again, so hold down on your left mouse button, grab it, and just drag it into here and let go. Okay? So you've now got this. All right, so that's the first thing. So what we're telling the system to do is once the program runs, whatever code that we end up putting underneath here, that's the code that we'll want to have run. All right. So as I said before, there's a notch up here, but there's no place to hook anything up. So this goes on top, but there is a notch here. So we're going to want to start putting something underneath there. So what I want you to do is I want you to find the top button right here that says motion. All right. And the first thing that's there under motion says move 10 steps. So I'm going to take that, drag it, and put it out here. Now, please look up on the screen. Notice that I can put it anywhere I want. But once I get it close to here, it'll get a gray outline. And if I want, I can just let go and it snaps right on. If I decide I don't want this one anymore, all I do is take it and drag it over and let go, and it's gone. But I do want that, so I'm going to move 10 steps, and boom. All right. Now, all that's going to do, if I run the program, it'll be very hard for you to tell because it's just going to move it over 10 pixels. I should mention, too, my screen probably looks pretty big, and yours might look a lot smaller. If it does, hold down on your control key, and I'm taking for granted you have a mouse. Use the wheel on the mouse, and you can make it bigger or you can make it smaller by turning that wheel up or turning that wheel down to make it smaller. All right, so I'm going to keep it about that size right there. All right, so the next thing that I want to do then, just to show you, all right? You don't have to do this, but I just want to show you. If you look right here, there's our program, right? If I tell it to start running, watch where the dot is. You may or may not have noticed, but it moved over to the right 10 steps. That's all it did. That's all we've gotten here so far. And because I positioned it at 100, 100, it's now towards the upper right-hand corner. All right. Now, that's not a big thing. And that's, I mean, if that's all we were doing, you'd probably think, why did I even take this class? All right. But we're going to start adding some more stuff. To it. Yes. Question? Okay. So we're going to find. What's that?
So when I'm trying to, I've been waiting a little bit, but it says stage selected, no motion blocks.
You want to make sure you're not under costumes, that you're under code. Are you under code?
Yeah, I'm under code.
And did you click on the sprite?
Right.
You click on the thing that says .1, and then you should be able to start putting in your code.
Oh, okay.
Okay? All right.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Sure. Now, again, under motion, we're going to put a thing in here that says, where is it? Point in direction right here. See this one? It's about halfway down under motion. It says point in direction. We're going to put that right underneath. All right, and that's telling it to move 90 degrees. The problem is if we run the program like this, when we're drawing on the screen, it's always going to be drawing in the same area. We don't want that. So we don't want this to be 90 degrees. We want this to be a random number. Did everybody hear me? We want this in here to be a random number. So how do we do that? Well, we come down here and look on your screen, please. And where it's green, where it says operators right there, I'd like you to click on operators. All right. And then about 5 down, there's something that says pick random 1 to 10. I want you to click on that, drag it over and put it right in there. Notice how that white thing where it says 90, how it lights up? Put that in there like that. So that's going to now put it in a direction that's between 1 degree and 10 degrees. We don't want that either. We want this to be between -180 and +180. So we manually remove the number 1 that's in here and put in -180. And we manually remove the 10 that's in here and we put in ourselves +180. All right. So what we're telling the system to do is when the program starts to run, we're telling it to move 10 steps to the right or 10 pixels to the right, and the direction in which it's going to be drawing, all right, that direction in which it's going to be drawing, we're telling it in there that we want it to be truly random. Okay, now we want this to run continuously. We just want it to keep running. Right now, if we did it, it's not going to do very much. It's going to look exactly like it did the first time I ran it. We want this to run continuously. So what I want you to do is to go back over to here, and where you've got your little circles here, find the one that says control and click on that one. And then underneath that, about 3 down, you've got one that says forever. And I want you to click on that one, drag it out, and put it right under there. Anybody have any questions on anything that I've shown you so far? Okay, then we're going to continue on. Believe it or not, we're more than half done already. All right. So under this block, we want another one of these move 10 steps things. The easiest way to do it is to just go back up here, find the move 10 steps, and put it, make sure you put it in the block. Don't put it outside, don't put it underneath, put it right in the block itself. So right in that forever block. And then underneath that, okay, keep looking down here in this blue area and look where my mouse is. I'm right down near the bottom of it, and it says if on edge bounce. I want you to put that right underneath the other one. Look on the screen right here. Can you see how my ball's moving around? See that? It's now working. So if I wanted, for example, to have like a game of Pong or something like that, this would be almost the way that I would do it. In fact, this is going to be very similar to the stuff we're going to do when we do the Brick Breaker game on Wednesday and Thursday, or Thursday and Friday. All right, so that's good. Right now, it's looking great. That's exactly what we want to have happen. All right, but we actually want there to be 3 of these things in here. So we could go through the process of doing these all over again. Okay, we could do that all over again. It's not a problem. But what I want you to do is to take your mouse, right mouse click where it says, you know, on the .1. So right mouse click on this sprite and choose duplicate. And by default, it should call it .2. All right. And if I go to .2 right now, so if I go here, what I should find, I'm going to move this over. And then when I go here and I go to code, and then I go here to code, you'll notice it copied over all the code. Everybody see that? And don't worry if one's moving and one's not. They'll all be fixed in just a minute. So we now have 2 dots that have the exact same code in there. And guess what? We want to make yet another one. So go again, it doesn't matter which one of these you copy, but I'm going to go to the original one. I'm going to again right mouse click on it, and I'm going to choose duplicate. And I've now got, come on. And I've now got a dot 3. So I now have 3 dots, my dot 1, my dot 2, and my dot 3. All right. And again, I'm taking for granted that if I'm going too fast or if I did something that you don't understand, that you're going to stop me. All right. There's literally about 50 steps in here, and we're about a third of the way through with those steps.
I have a question.
Yes.
Why is only one of your dots moving?
Actually, when I did this the other day, none of them were moving. So I'm more surprised that one is moving. So I can't tell you the
Because
answer.
all of mine are moving.
All of yours are moving? Well, I will
Yeah.
tell you that if I come in here and I tell it to run, now they're all moving.
Okay.
And I believe it's because, whoops, if I go back again now, they will all be moving. See that? So if you start it up, it'll move. And I'm going to stop it. Now none of them are moving. So I guess they were moving because the program was running and now it's not running. Okay. Now what I'm going to want to do again, now notice if I click on dot 1, watch the dots up here. I can tell that's dot 1 because it got that little blue in there. You don't have to do this, but I want to start them up. There's dot 2. I'm going to set it up so it's pretty much looks like this. You don't have to do this, but I'm going to set it up so it looks like that. All right. There's a couple more things that we have to do. And then believe it or not, we're done with our first program. All right. What I want to do is I want to make one more copy. So I'm going to again right mouse click on here. I'm again going to choose duplicate, but I don't want to call this one dot 4. Instead, this is my dot that I'm going to use that's going to draw everything on the screen. So where it says dot 4, I want to change it. I'm going to call this drawing dot. D-R-A-W-I-N-G-D-O-T, drawing dot. So I now have got 4 of these. And with my drawing dot, so there's dot 1, there's dot 2, there's dot 3, and there's dot 4. Okay. I don't want any of this code right now for dot 4. I don't want this code. The easiest way to get rid of it is to just drag on the first one, drag it over, and let go. All right. So now I've got my 4 dots, but I've got to do different stuff, so to speak. I want to do some different stuff for the drawing dot. All right. This is what's going to actually, when I run the program, is going to make it draw around on the screen. Okay. So in order to do that, I need to add something that's not in here right now. So I need to add what's called an extension. So if you look up on the screen, hopefully you can see my mouse moving around. If you go way to the bottom left-hand corner and you put your mouse over that thing, I don't even know what it is, but that's extensions. All right. It says add extension if you highlight it. If you click on that, you get this. If everybody would please do that right now. And I'm not going to lie to you. I've never done anything with the Legos on there. I've done a little bit with music. All right. But most of the stuff that's in here, I haven't touched. But I want to add the pen. So I'm going to just click over here on the pen. And now I've got a new icon down there that says pen. And you'll notice I've got all of this stuff. All right. So I'm going to take my drawing dot, which is right there. And I'm going to make sure it's moved away from the other dots. You don't have to do that. But now I know there's dot 1, there's dot 2, there's dot 3, and there's my drawing dot. All right. Make sure that the code that we're putting in here is for the drawing dot and not for dot 1 and not for dot 2 and not for dot 3. Those 3 have got the exact same code in them. And that's what we want. All right. But we want to start all over again. So we went in and we added the pen. All right. And we're going to come in here and we're going to come into events and we're going to choose that top one again when clicked. But the stuff that we put in after this, it's all going to be different from what we did previously. So after the when clicked, we want to go back to our pen here by clicking on the pen. And the first thing we want to do is erase everything that we've got in there. So we're starting with a clean slate. So we did an erase all. All right. Then after that, we want to do what's called change our pen size. And I'll leave it by 1. You may want to change that number because this is going to have to do with the thickness of your line. So you might want to play with that a little bit on your own. All right. Okay. Then underneath that, so right now I've got an erase all and change pen size by 1. And again, if I wanted to, I could make it 2. It doesn't really matter. All right. So now under that, we want to add one of those forever blocks. So we go back to control, we find the word forever, and we bring that down here. All right. And I'm going to have to add a few lines, so I'm going to make my screen a little smaller here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see everything. Okay. So in this forever block, we're going to add some stuff. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to motion. So way up at the top, we're going to go to motion. And up on the motion, there should be something that says go to random position. It's about 4 or 5 down right here. And I'm going to put that in here. But I don't want to go to a random position. All right. I want to click here and I want to tell it to go to .1. Now, the way that this is explained is imagine that you had a turtle. And on this turtle, on the turtle's shell, you basically attached a pen. All right. So what the turtle is going to do now is it's going to use that first dot and it's going to basically end up randomly drawing it somewhere on the screen. That's not a great explanation, but that's the one that they give. So I'm going to say here, go to .1. And then after we do that, we've got to go back to the pen and we put the pen down right there. All right. Then we're going to do 2 more things. We're going to go back to that random position that we had just a minute ago, where it said go to random position. We're going to go there and we're going to change that to .2. Now I want to show you something. So even if you're a little behind, just stop for a second, please, and watch. I've got my choice now. I want another one of these that's going to say go to .3. So I can click up here, go to here, and say .3. Totally fine. It's nothing wrong at all with doing that. Or I can take my mouse, I can right click on this and say duplicate. And it'll only duplicate then that line. If I do a duplicate up here, it'll copy everything, which I don't want. But I want to go to .2, and underneath that, I want to go to .3. So this is what I want in here. All right, believe it or not, we're getting there. Okay, I'm making this a little smaller because there's a little bit more code I want to put in there. All right, so next I want to go back to my pen. And we did a pen down before. Now I want to put in a pen up. Okay. So we went to .1. We did a pen down. We did a go to .2. We did a go to .3. We did a pen up. And because we want this to be a truly random program, notice what we've got in here. See how it's making those lines? All right. We want to come in here and there's only one more line we want to add in here. And that is we want to change our pen color right there. And I'll leave it at 10. That's fine. Okay. Now we're not done yet, but I want to show you something. So I'm going to do a file and I'm going to type save now. You should be doing that regularly. All right. So I clicked on file up in the menu and I chose save now. And just to show you this, I'm going to run the program in its current form so you can see what it looks like. And there it is. But one thing you're going to notice is it's going to fill up the screen real fast. So we're going to change that in just a minute. So we'll have it draw for about 10 seconds, then we'll have it erase itself and then start drawing again. All right, because right now it's filling up pretty quickly. So I'm going to come back to here and I'm going to tell it to stop the run. Okay. All right. That's it for this part. But what we want to do then is we want to come back to our events that are over here. So I want to click this thing that says events again, and I want to add another when clicked event. The good news is there's only about 3 or 4 lines that we have to add, and then we're actually done with this program. All right, so make that a little bigger, move this over, there we go. And all that I want to put in here under the when clicked is I want to put in another one of those forever loops, which again, remember is under control. So I'm going to put in a forever loop. All right. And we want to tell it then to wait for 10 seconds. Notice the first thing under control is wait. So we want to tell it to wait for 10 seconds. And then after it waits for 10 seconds, we're going to go back to our pen here and we want to tell it again to erase all. So now what should happen here, I'm going to do another file, save now, and I'm going to run the program again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now it redrew itself. Now, if you don't like that, if that's, you can change that number. So rather than maybe every 10 seconds, you want it every 5 seconds. And hopefully you can see in here, you can see our dots. So if I come back into here and I stop the run, there's a dot, there's a dot, there's a dot, and there's a dot. All right. Now there's 2 more things that I want to show you here. Again, if I decide that's too long, I can change that to 5, for example. Do another file, save now, run it, and now it's going to draw and clear a lot faster. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. So it's up to you. So what you can do is you can go back in then and you can change, if you want, you can change the pen color. All right, you can make it bigger or smaller. You can go back in if you want and change the pen size to make it thicker or thinner. And you can change the amount of time before it does the redraw. Does all that make sense to everybody? Is there anybody who created this program that it didn't work or you had a problem with something? Okay.
I kind of had a problem. It just resetted everything. Now I have to re-input everything.
Okay, well, again, we're taking a break in just a couple minutes. So hopefully that'll give you time to do that. Leave this on the screen if that helps.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mine's not mine's not a rainbow. How did you get yours to a rainbow?
How did I get mine to a rainbow? It was
Yeah.
all that was done in here. I mean, again, these 3 dots are the same. This is just moving it on the screen, right? That's all it's doing.
Yeah.
So this is telling it to move initially, point it in a random direction, and forever keep moving. And if you hit an edge, bounce. That's all that dot 1, dot 2, and dot 3 are doing. But if I were you, I would look at the code that's in here, see if you're missing anything. Because the change pen color by 10 is what's doing.
Got it.
Okay. One last thing I want to tell you, because we're almost ready for our next break. But one more thing I want to tell you. Have you ever played a game, for example, like a road race game or something on a computer where it's going unbelievably fast? You all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to run this again. But before I do, I'm about to click this to tell it to run. Okay. Before I do that, I'm going to hold down on the shift key and I'm going to click it. Watch the difference. I'm now in turbo mode. And it actually is even refreshing itself, but it's going so fast that it's very hard for you to see. So you can go into turbo mode when you're running a program by holding down on the shift key and then clicking your thing to start. To stop it again, you do the same thing. So shift and you click it again and it turns it off.
Another way.
Can you show the variables again?
You want the code?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another way to turn on turbo
So
mode.
this is the code. Remember, the code for the dots all looks like this. Every one of them looks just like that. All right. And I'm not sure if I can do this or not, but I'm going to try to do something that I'm hoping is going to be able to help people. So give me a second here. We're going to take a break. Is there anybody who needs this code that's right here for .1, .2, and .3? Anyone who needs that code?
I do.
All right. And I take it the rest of you who might need it need this code here. So what I'm going to do is rather than putting that timer up, I'll have the timer going. But I'm going to come in here and you can't see what I'm doing. I understand that, but I'm going to go into Paint and I'm going to see if I can put up a couple paint sessions where I will have on the left, I'll have the code for .1, .2, and .3. And then on the right, I will have the code for everything else. So I'm doing this right now. I know you can't see it, but you will in a second. All right, I've got one done and I'm going to do the other one right now.
Wait, the one on the right was pin 4, right?
You're going to have all of the code up there in just a second. All right, you'll be able to see all of it for both .1, .2, and .3, and for the drawing dot. You'll be able to see it in about 30 seconds. All right, so let's see if I can do this now. All right. Well, maybe I can do it like this. I'll leave that one up there. And I will put that one up there. All right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it up here. So what I will do, it's my screen is acting real funny. So what I'm going to do, let me go back here. Come on. Now it's locking up. Alrighty. There we go. All right. This code that's right here on the screen, this is the code for .1, .2, and .3. Can everybody see that code? Yes?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to leave that up there.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that up there. It is 10:52. I'm going to leave that up there for 3 or 4 minutes. And then I'm going to put the code on for the other one. So if you need code, do your .1, put this in here, copy it to .2 and .3. And then, like I said, in about 3 minutes, I'll put up the code for the other one. So let's take a break right now. We'll come back right around 11 o'clock, please.
All right, I'm taking for granted that everybody had a chance to put in this for dots 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to put up the code for the drawing dot right now. So there's that.
All right, I'm back and I'm going to take for granted that everybody had time to look through this. All right. But let's just say for whatever reason you didn't. All right. So we started going through this stuff and you wanted to get it done, but you just couldn't. All right. Well, what we're going to look at then, let's see, where is it?
I can't get all this done. So.
If you look up on the screen here, I've got my mouse way up in the upper left-hand corner and I'm going up here, right there, going back and forth with the mouse. Now there is a number that's on there. You've got a different number on yours where you've actually gone in and you've created the project. All right, so you've already gone through there and you have done that. All right, so let's see.
I haven't done the one that's on the top
Pardon
left.
me? What's that?
I've done everything else except the one that's on the top left.
This?
Yeah.
All right, well, what I'm going to show you in just a second is if for some reason you didn't have enough time to get everything done, how you can just grab that information by itself. All right, so if you haven't done so, you really should do a file and a save now. Now, if you wanted to save that to a different name, you do a file save as copy and you can see the other stuff that's in there too. All right, so let's see. What I would like you to do next then is you see the button right here that says see project page. Can everybody see that? I got my mouse going up. It's on the near the upper part of the
Yeah.
screen. I'm going to
Yes.
click that. I'm going to click that button. All right. And what it's saying right here is, what do I want to do with this project? And if I want to, I can share this project now if I want to do that. All right. There's supposed to be another way of doing it, but for some reason on yours right here, do you have a button that says share? An orange button up here? Someplace
Yeah,
that
it says this project is not shared, so only you can see it. Click
All
share
right.
to let
Go
everyone
ahead.
see it.
Okay. If you've got that button that says that, click on that button because you can turn on sharing and then other people can take a look at your project. So what I'm going to do, and I think it's because I'm using Zoom here, so some of my stuff is being cut off. But what I'm going to do is this project that we just did, I will save it and share it. So by the end of the day today, I will send you that URL. So if you put that in, you'll be able to, if you put a URL, that URL in here in your box and hit enter, there'll be a remix
3
button.
more hours left.
But there'll be a remix button and then you'll be able to get a copy. Everybody with me? And if yours worked, great. Then don't even worry about what I just said. But if you had any problems, don't worry about it. You're going to have a working copy that I'll send you.
Can you repeat what you said?
Yes. If you've got a button up there, a share button, you want to click it. Okay. And if you've got that button, you want to make sure that you want to be able to share your project. And there'll be a couple boxes that'll come up in here that'll ask for some notes. And in there, you can basically say what the project is about. And there'll be some notes and credits here if you want to do that. All right. So you can do that. And now mine is saying unshared. And I don't know why, because I wanted it to be shared, but it's not sharing. And I don't know why it's not. All right. But up here, you'd say something like, this is an example of rainbow art.
Well,
Right.
to
And if I wanted to give credit, I could say this is based off of Mr. Al Swigert's Rainbow Art Program. Okay, so in other words, this is, if it was a game, up in the instructions, you tell somebody how to play the game. Does that make sense to everyone? All right.
Yes.
And in here, if you grab somebody else's project and you remix it, you'd want to give them credit in here. Because you'd say, hey, this is a remix project that was based off of so-and-so's project. All right. So like I said, I will make sure that I go in, and it's not letting me share. I don't know why. I've tried moving it and stuff, and it still isn't letting me do a regular share. Like I said, it could be something that has to do with the with Zoom. I don't know, because I've got a different version of Zoom running. But I will get you all you.
to share on Scratch, you first need to confirm your email.
First need to what?
Confirm your email.
Ah, okay. And I thought I did confirm my email, but I did it through my phone. And see, I'm going to have a problem with that because I've got two different versions here running. I can't bring my email up on this because I am running this off of my boss's Chrome account. So I'll have it, but I just won't have it for a while. By the end of the period today, I'll send everybody a working copy of this. All right. You'll have to take my word for it, but it will happen. So I'd like all of you to do a file, save now, and then I'd like you to go over here and click a file, new. We're going to create a new project right now. So this will be our second project. So it should look like this. And notice it still says untitled here. And if I do look over here under my stuff, all right, I see I've got that rainbow art. All right, with my name on it. Okay, that's fine. But I want to come back here and immediately I want to change the name. Again, you can call this whatever you want, but I'm going to call it my login. So I am Jeffrey P. hyphen, and I'm going to call it heads or tails, because that's the one we're going to do now. Again, you can call yours whatever you would like to call it. That isn't that important. You can capitalize any way you want. You can put blank spaces in the name if you want to, etc. You can do all that stuff. All right. So I've done that. I'm going to hit enter and it changed the name. That's good. That's what I want. All right. So we've started a new project and we changed the name. That's it. All right. First thing we want to do is we don't want this cat. Okay. We're going to add our own sprites in here in just a second. So I'm going to right mouse click on the cat and I'm going to choose delete because I don't need the cat. All right. Now this program is set up so that we're going to have a character that comes on the screen that says basically, hey, this is going to simulate you flipping a coin 10,000 times and it'll give you instructions. All right. I used a wizard sprite for this. You can use anything you want. So I'm going to come over here because I have no sprites right now over here. I'm going to come over here by my sprites. And under the first one that says choose a sprite, I'm going to choose that one. And it brings me this. Now I can peruse my whole way through this. I can do that and it'll work just fine. But I know I want a person on here. So I'm going to choose people up here because that cuts down the size quite a bit. And down at the very bottom, you can choose a witch, a wizard. If you want, you can choose anybody you want. But I'm going to choose, let's choose this wizard girl right here. So I'll choose that one. And you'll notice there's what's on my screen right now. I've got this wizard girl. All right. So this right now is what my program looks like. Just has this wizard girl on it, which is fine. The only thing is it's a little big. It's bigger than I want it to be. So I'm going to click on the wizard girl, and can everybody see this where I've got my mouse going back and forth in here? Can you all see that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I want to highlight where it says 100, and I'm going to cut it down. I'm going to type in I'm going to try 25 and hit enter. That's probably a little too small. So let's make it 50. Now she's half the size she was before. Okay. And that looks pretty good. Now I might have to change the size, make it bigger, make it smaller. That's not really that important. But I'm going to move her over here to the right. So again, if I ran this, you can see where she's placed. All right. So that's the first thing I want to do. So far I've got that in there. It's not doing a doggone thing, and that's totally fine. All right. But that is my wizard. All right. And the next thing I want to do, I've got a question to ask you first. Did everyone receive the email from me the other day that had a folder inside of it? Yes, no?
I think so.
Okay, you all should have gotten this. And what I need you to do is
Yeah,
that folder, I need you to drag that folder out onto your desktop and open it up. All right, let's see if I can change my share to show you what I'm talking about. So let's see.
hello?
Yeah, I'm looking, I want to change the screen share and I want to show my screen, but it's not giving me that as an option and I don't know why. So I'm going to do a new, there we go. All right, here it is. Do you now see, that's my granddaughter. Do you now see that picture of her on the screen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
What I should have sent you is a folder. It's a zip folder that's called scratch programming -students.zip. All right. So what I'd like you to do is if you have that email with that in there, I'd like you to grab that email and basically save it to your desktop. Does that make sense to everybody? You're going to have to do that because we want to use the images that are in there. Now, I'm going to give you another way you can do it if you don't, if you have problems with that or whatever in just a minute. But if you were able to do that, then what I want you to do is to right mouse click on that folder and choose extract all, which will open it up. All right, and then click extract. And then you've got the folder that's in there. Now, you may or may not be able to see what's on my screen, but there's a folder inside of there called images. And there's something in there that's called quarter heads and another one that's called quarter tails. Now, I'm going to take for granted that you have no idea what I'm talking about. And you're like, I want to do this, but I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. So let's talk about a way that another way we can do this. All right, so let me go back to a new share and let me go back to my program. All right, can everybody see my screen again with the wizard over here? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me take a look in here and see what built-in sprites I already have. All right. I'm looking for something that I could kind of move up and down, so to speak, or make it, kind of look like heads and tails. And there is stuff I could use. So I could have a rainbow, but I need something where it can basically, let's see. Oh, let's use. All right, what I'll do then is I'm going to simulate a coin, and that coin is going to be, if it's heads, it's going to be an apple, And if it's tails, it's going to be a banana. Does everybody understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because that's going to make it much easier if you had any problems unzipping that file. So let me come back here. And I'm going to first add another sprite. So I'm going to come down here to my sprite area, and I'm going to click choose a sprite. And first I'm going to choose the banana. And then I'm going to choose another sprite, and I'm going to choose the apple. Are you all with me? So I now have on my screen an apple, a banana, and the wizard. Okay, that's totally fine. So this is going to be heads. This is going to be tails. All right. So that's my interface. So I've got a thing called apple. I've got a thing called bananas, etc. So you can see all that stuff. All right. Now, somebody who's here, I don't want to mute people, but somebody here, I can hear a lot of noise in the background. There's a TV playing or something. So if you could turn that down or mute yourself, that'd make it easier for everybody else. Okay. So if I ran that now, it would look like this. Not really all that spectacular, but you get the idea. This will be heads. This will be tails. All right. But we can even call them apples and bananas. It doesn't really matter. That's totally fine. All right. The code for the apple and the code for the bananas, it's real nice because both of them, there's only 2 lines I put here and only 2 lines I put there. And they're almost the same code. So I'd like you to first, since we got the apple on top, click on the banana on the apple sprite right here. All right. You can see that that's the active one now. If I clicked on the banana, see how it changes. If I click on the wizard, you can see how it changes. We want the apple. So click on the apple here. All right. And we're going to put in that code. All right. Fortunately, I just dropped all my notes, so I'm picking them up right now. Okay. Got them. All right. So we can do this in almost any order we want to do it. It really and truly won't matter. But what I want you to do, if you would please, is start thinking about, okay, what do we have to do in here? In other words, we've got to keep count over how many times it's an apple. We've got to keep count over how many times it's a banana. Okay, so we have to do that. So that's 2 different things we have to keep track of. Plus, if we're going to put this in a loop, we have to know, it's like if you imagine that you're flipping a coin 10 times, let's say. All right. So, and I'm counting how many heads there are and how many tails there are. So I flip it the first time, it's a head. So I want to add 1 to my total number of heads. I flip it again, it's a tail. I want to add 1 to my total number of tails. All right. So I want to keep track of 3 things. The total number of heads I got, or in this case, total apples. The total number of tails I got, or in this case, total bananas. And what my current flip was. Does that make sense to everyone? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to have a variable for each one of those. And how do we do that? Well, if you come down over here, the second one from the bottom, notice we don't have pen anymore. We don't need pen for this one. But not the my block, but the one right near the bottom says variables. I want you to click on that. And we're actually going to come in here and create right now 4 variables. So I want you to click where it says there's a white box that says make a variable. I want you to click in that box and it asks for a name. Here you don't want to put blank spaces in here in variable names. So I'm going to make the first one, I'm going to call it play again. And notice it's all in lowercase letters except the word again. I started it in uppercase. I used what's called camel casing. You don't have to worry about it. But the point is I called it play again, no blank spaces. I want to make sure that it's available for all my sprites. And I want to click OK. Are you all with me? So there's my first variable. And you can see it's actually up here now. But I don't want it to show on the screen. So over here where it says play again, I'm going to click that checkbox and now it's disappeared. All right, I want to create 3 more variables. So I'm going to click again on make a variable. I'm going to call this one total heads. Again, one word, put it together and make the H capitalized and everything else lowercase. So total heads. In fact, let's change it. We won't use heads and tails. How about we'll call this one total apples. That's probably a little better name. So we'll call this one total apples. All right, make sure again it's set for all sprites, total apples, one word, no blank spaces, and click OK. Now we've got total apples. And again, I'm going to click that checkbox. I don't want it to show on the screen. I'm going to make another variable that I'm going to call total bananas. TOTAL, capital BANANAS. Again, for all sprites. So I made 3 variables. All right, so you can see them. One is called play again. One is called total apples. One is called total bananas. I'm going to make one more variable. So I'm going to click again on make a variable, and I'm going to call this one current flip. CURRENT, capital FLIP. And make sure for all these it's set to for all sprites. So I now have 4 variables. And I'm going to click that checkbox. And again, the variable called current flip is going to be, hey, I just flipped the coin. Did I get an apple or a banana, like a head or a tail? Then I've got play again. That's going to allow me to play the game again if I want to do that. Then I've got total apples. That's how many times when I choose it, it's going to choose apple. And I've got total bananas. That's how many times I do it, it's going to choose total banana. Do you understand what we've done so far?
Yes.
All right, we've created a program. We put 3 things on the screen and we created 4 variables. All a variable is it's something the program uses and it can vary when the program's running or change. That's all we've done so far. All right, we want to make sure that when you start a brand new game, the total apples is set to 0. The total bananas is set to 0. The play again thing is set to true because we do want to play it. And the current flip is set to 0. We want to do those things. Okay. So like I said, we want to make sure that when we first start, all that stuff is done. Now, the question is, where do we put that? Okay. Do we put it for the apple only? Do we put it on the apple and the banana and the wizard? Well, that seems kind of silly to do that. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our own sprite right now. So I want you to come in here where it says choose a sprite, and I want you to choose the paintbrush like we did before. So it's going to look like this. Has everybody been able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. But we're not going to make a circle. We're not going to make a square or anything else. We're instead going to put some text in here. To put text in, you type the letter T. I'm going to choose purple because it's fine. It doesn't matter what color we choose. I'm going to leave it at purple. And I'm going to come in here and I'm going to start typing. And I'm going to type in here, this simulates a coin flip. And I spelled flip wrong. Flip. Now, you probably can't read that. So I'm going to click off of that and I'm going to click back on it. I'm going to move it up so it's near the top. And I'm going to stretch it out so it gets a little bit bigger. So this simulates a coin flip. So look now on the screen, that's what it's going to look like. I want to move it down a little, but hopefully everybody can see that. All right. So I'm going to move it down a little. And I'm going to move it a little bit that way. And then that way. That looks pretty good, I think. Nope. Still too big. This simulates a coin flip. I got to move it over yet a little bit more. All right. So you can see it up here. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. There we go. So that's what I've got now. Okay, hopefully that makes sense to everybody. So we added that. And we can call this whatever we want to. We just added a new sprite. And by default, it's got sprite 1 as its name. And that's not really a very good name. But all we're putting on here is this simulates a coin flip. So that's the title. I think you'd all agree with that. So I'm going to change the name of this. I'm going to click on it and come in here and change the name of it. I'm just going to call it title. Capital T-I-T-L-E. That's it. It didn't change anything. All right, but now I've got that in there. Now, what I want to have happen is when the game starts, I want to make sure that all of this stuff, all the stuff for a new game, I want to make sure that all of those variables that we just created, those 4 variables, are set to the numeric ones, the number ones are set to 0. And the other one that says play again, that's what's called a Boolean variable. It can be true or false. It's set to true. And if you're like, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, let's put the code in. Make sure your title is the one that's highlighted and go back to code. Okay. Now, this is the stuff that we want to have happen at the beginning of the program. I want you to watch. I don't want you to type anything in. I want you to watch this. All right. I could come over to my variables and I could do this. Please don't do it because we're gonna do it a little different way. So I could say here, and I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to copy it, and I could copy it. So I could come in here and say, set the current flip to 0, set the total apples to 0, set the total bananas to 0, and set the play again to true, because this is what we want to do. So I could do that. And I could come in and say, for example, I could put in one of these events and choose a when clicked, and I could put it in just like that. Then when the game starts, the current flip would be 0, the total apples would be 0, the total bananas would be 0, and the play again would be true. Does that make sense to everybody? We could do that. But I want to do this more than once. I don't want to just do it when the game starts. When the game is over, I want to ask you if you want to play it again. And if you say yes, I want all that code to run again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to the bottom here, up in here, the very bottom, and I'm going to find where it says my blocks, and I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to choose make a block. And it says, okay, what do you want to do? Well, you got to give it a name. And I'm going to call it init variables. You could call it anything you want, but I called it INIT capital V ARIABLES, init variables. All right. And then I'm going to click OK. And there it gave me a brand new thing called define init variables. Now I can take these things and put them right there. If I did that too fast, I want to go through it one more time so that it makes sense to you. Go down to your my blocks. In fact, I'll just remove this and I'll do it all over again. Go down to my blocks, which is the bottom one you've got here. So click on there, click in the white box that says make a block, call it whatever you want. I called mine init variables. Click OK, and that makes this. And then I want to initialize my variables. So go back to your variables. And we want this set current flip. We want to do this 4 times. So I can drag 4 of them out if I want to. Totally fine. Just fine. And then change each one. So I can change this one to total apples. I can change this one to total bananas. And I can change this one to play again and set it to true. All right. Or if you don't want to do that, I can go and just add one of them and then say, right mouse click on it and choose duplicate, and then right mouse click and duplicate again, and right mouse click and duplicate again. Oh, I've got one too many. I want 4 of them. And I want the first one to say current flip is 0. I want the second one to say, the order in which you put these 4 doesn't matter. Total apples is 0, then total bananas is 0, and then running or play again is true. The first 3 variables that you see right there, they're numeric variables. They hold numbers. Does that make sense to everybody? This holds a number, this holds a number, and this holds a number. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Then we've got this. This is called a Boolean variable, Boolean. And it can only hold true or false. So for instance, if you ask somebody if they were married and they said yes, then you could have a variable called is married and you could set it to true. If you asked another person, are you married? And they said no, for them, you could set the is married to false. So what we've done in here is we have started putting in the code for our title. Does all that make sense?
Can you
Yes?
repeat it?
Sure. Right now, if we run the program, all that you're going to see on the screen, let's just run it, is this. That's it. It doesn't do a flaming thing right now because we haven't told it to do anything yet. So it's not doing anything. But what we're going to tell it to do is when the program begins, we're going to tell it to call this routine, which will set the variable, our current banana or our current apple, to 0, our total number of apples to 0, our total number of bananas to 0, and our play again to true. That's all this is going to do. We haven't called it yet, but that is what it's going to do. And we want to do that. We want to make sure that when this game starts, we call this so that all of our variables are set to what are called default values. All right. So we're going to do that right now. All right. So we added the new block. Okay. Grab my notes here. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to write up some more code. We still want to be in our title. All right. But the first thing that we want to do is we want to go up and find that events thing that's right here. Find the thing that says events right there. Click on it and find one of your when clicked and put it right out there. Okay. So the first thing that we want to do, the first thing that we'll want to do in here is we want to make sure when we start a new program, we want to call this routine right here. Does that make sense to everybody? We want to make sure that our variables are all defined. So with this when clicked, I'm going to click on the my blocks and notice now I've got this red thing. And if I drag it out there, that is going to call this routine to do this stuff. So the job of this red thing right here is to call this. And the job of this thing right here is to set all of our variables to an initial value. So we know that whenever we start the program, this is going to call this to set these accordingly. All right. And again, if that doesn't make sense, just kind of bear with me because I really and truly think it will the more we go on. All right. Okay. Now we want to allow them to play this game over and over and over again until they say they don't want to do it anymore. So we want to allow them to play it again until play again changes from true to false. Does that make sense to people?
Yes.
It's like I just asked you. I said, you want to play another game? And you go, yes. That means play again is true. I say, do you want to play another game? And you go, no, I'm done. Then play again gets set to false. So in other words, we want to come down to our controls here, and we want to find a repeat until. So all the code that we're about to put in there, we want to keep calling it. We want to repeat it, keep going and going and going and going and going until play again is equal to false. All right, that's what we're going to want to do. So that's the first thing that we're going to want to do. Now, you see this in here? Can everybody see this? How it's got a weird shape where I've got the mouse right here? That means it'll
Yes.
only fit that. This means it'll only fit something that's that size. And where are those things? They're under our green operators. So click here and notice when we go in there, there is an and, there is an or, there's a not, and then there's these equal to, etc. You see all those? Find the one that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down that looks like this and put that in there.
Hello?
What's that?
Is my mic unmuted?
Is your mic muted? I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we put a repeat until loop in there, and inside of that box for the repeat until, we added a green operator with the equal sign in it. Now we want to change this. We don't want to say until something equal 50. All right, then we'd have to play the game 50 times. That wouldn't make much sense. So we want to do this until that play again is equal to false. So we go back to our variables right here, and we grab the variable that's called play again, and we put that in here. And then we put in the word false. Now, I'm going to say, you said you did that too fast. So I'm going to do it again. All right. I'm going to come in to the controls. I'm going to find the repeat until, and I'm going to drag it out here. Then I'm going to go to my operators, and I'm going to find the one that says equal. It's about 7 or 8 down, and I'm going to put that in here. Then I'm going to go to my variables, and I'm going to find my variable that's called play again, and I'm going to put that in here, and I'm going to change that 50 to the word false. So that means as long as I keep saying I want to play it, it's going to keep playing the game. And once I tell it I don't want it to play anymore, it's going to stop playing the game. All right. So what do we want it to do? Well, we want it to do, for lack of better words, we want it to do the equivalent of flipping a coin. If the coin comes up heads, we're going to add 1 to our total apples. If the coin comes up tails, we're going to add 1 to our total bananas. So we're keeping track of the totals that we have. All right. And how many times do we want to do this? That's up to us. Why don't we start? Let's have this. We'll flip the coin 100 times. Okay. So we've got this repeat, and guess what? Inside of this repeat, we're going to click control, and we're going to put in another repeat. But this repeat that we put in, there should be a repeat in here that's got a number in it. So we're going to tell it to do this 100 times. Is everybody able to keep up?
Yeah.
So we're telling it to do this, what we're about to do 100 times. And what do we want to do 100 times? Okay, well, we want to set the current flip to either be heads, meaning it's an apple, or tails, meaning it's a banana. So what does that mean? I'm going to go back to my variables, and I'm going to find set current flip to, and I'm going to put it in there. I don't want to set it to 0 though. It's going to be a 1 if it's a head, and a 2 if it's a tail, or a 1 if it's an apple, a 2 if it's a banana. Guess what? You already know how to do that, because we did this before. We went into our green operator and we found that pick random. But now we want it to be either a 1 or a 2. The 1 will mean that it's an apple. The 2 will mean it's a banana. So we're telling to do that 100 times. And again, it's the equivalent of us flipping a coin 100 times. All right. So when we flip the coin, it's going to be either a 1 or it's going to be a 2. Does that part make sense to everyone?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. All right. So what we're doing in here is we're telling this, as long as we want to play a game, go in here and do this stuff. So 100 times, we're going to generate a random number. It's either going to be a 1, then a 2, then a 1, then a 2, or else a 2, then a 2, then a 2, then a 1, etc. And now what we have to do is we have to keep track with each time. If it's a 1, we want to add 1 to total apples. And if it's a 2, we want to add 1 to total bananas. So it's going to be one of those things or the other. So I'm going to come in here. And again, I'm going to find where it says controls. And I'm going to find an if, then, else. And I'm going to put it right there. Notice how when I did that and I moved it in, see how the size of this thing that's in here, see how it expands? See that? All right. So what I want to say is, if, kind of like we did before, if the current flip, I'll do the whole thing and then we'll go back and look at it. If the current flip is a 1, all right, that means that's the equivalent of us having a head. Okay. Then we want to change the total apples by 1. Otherwise, we want to change the total bananas by 1. Now, this is what I always tell my students: play computer. All right. So I'm taking for granted that every one of you can pretend that's a heads and that's a tails. Okay. So that's what we're just pretending that right now. So what we're saying is, this is simulating flipping a coin. It's giving us a random number, a 1 or a 2, every time we do this. If it gives us a 1, we're adding 1 to our total number of apples. If it gives us a 2, we're adding 1 to our total number of bananas. All right. So after we do this, if it was truly random, we'd have probably 50 total apples and 50 total bananas. That's what we'd have. All right. The problem with that is nothing is truly random. Okay, just so you know, nothing really and truly is random as far as how that goes. All right. But my question for you is what we're doing so far, does it make sense to people? Even just a little bit of sense? Yes, no?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I heard at least a couple. Yeah, I kind of think so. Now,
Yes.
if I run this, again, nothing magical is going to happen. I haven't put in enough code yet. Okay. But what is happening behind the scenes is the program started, it called that routine to do this. And then it did set play again to true. Since it's not false, it did go in and flip it 100 times. We just didn't tell it to do anything with those results. All right. What we want to do is when we get done with those 100 things, we want the wizard here to say, you had 57 total apples, you had 43 total bananas. We want the wizard to say that. Does that make sense? We want the wizard to tell us how many total apples we had and how many total bananas we had. That's what we want. Okay. But these things, these are sprites. This sprite, our title right here, can't directly talk to the wizard. Just like the apple can't talk to the banana, the apple can't talk to the wizard can't talk to the apple, etc. It doesn't work like that. Sprites are independent things. So what I want to do right now is I literally want this to be able to tell the wizard, hey, tell us how many total heads we had. Hey, tell us how many total tails we had. In order to do that, I have to do what's called a broadcast. All right. And again, this is a lot to throw at you. And if you're like, wow, well, you just completely, I don't really get this. It comes together better when we see the whole program. All right. So I want to come in here and I want to find broadcast. And I think that's under control. Nope, it's over here. It's under events. And notice I can broadcast a message. That's what I want to do. And I'm saying I want to do it right after my 100 times have been done. So after this, but still inside of this. So I'm going to tell it to broadcast right there. Nope, right there. So what this is going to do is when it gets hit, the wizard is hopefully going to say, you had 57 total bananas, you had 57 total apples, you had 43 total bananas. It's going to announce what those counts were. All right. And I can tell it that, but it doesn't know. I mean, right now, it doesn't know what this is. So, I mean, there's no message one. There isn't anything that says that. We don't have anything called show total apples and show total bananas and do you want to play the game again? We don't have those. So we create those. So under here, we click and choose new message. And we're going to put here, show total apples. Okay, we've got that. And then we're going to add another one right underneath it. And we're going to give that a new message that's going to be called show total bananas. All right. Then we're going to add one more that's going to ask play game again. Oops, you spelled it wrong. P-L-A-Y. Play game again.
I was about to say you said flat.
What's that?
I was about to say that you spelled play flat.
Okay. So what's going to happen is we're going to come in here. It's going to go in 100 times. It's going to do the equivalent of flipping a coin. Then when it gets done, the wizard should show how many apples we had. The wizard should show how many bananas we had. And then the wizard should ask, do you want to play the game again? So we're going to have to put some code there under the wizard. All right, we're going to end up doing that after lunch. It's not a lot of code, but we'll put that in after lunch. All right. Then when we're done, it would be kind of nice to just pause for a minute so the user can read how many total apples there were and how many total bananas there were. So what we'll do is we'll wait here. We'll put in a wait and we'll tell it to wait, I don't know, for about 5 seconds. And that may not seem like a lot of time. All right, but it kind of is. All right. And actually, I want to show this. I want to show this. And really, before I say, do you want to play the game again? Why don't we put our weight in there? So we will flip the coin 100 times. And again, when I say flip a coin, just imagine you're flipping a coin. And if it comes up heads, you're saying it's an apple. And if it comes up tails, you're saying it's a banana. And I'm doing it that way because some of you have had problems, it sounds like, loading the heads and the tails in there. All right. Okay. Now, when I do this, when I broadcast play the game again, okay, what I'm going to want to have happen is I'm going to want to know, did you say yes or did you say no? These are just broadcasting. This is just going to print some stuff out. So let's change this one to a broadcast and wait. All right. And again, right after lunch, we're going to go over all this. So if it's not making a lot of sense, I'm going to go 6 more minutes until 11:55. Then we're going to take a break. All right. So I'm going to put a new message in here like we had before. what was it called? Play game again. All right. This is going to end up asking, do you want to play the game again? All right. And after we do that, and we ask you that, you're going to say yes, or you're going to say no, or something else. But what I want to do is I want to come down here to where it says set. And I want to say set, play again to whatever they entered. And that goes into a variable called answer. All right. And if they want to play again, we're going to play it again. And if they don't want to play it again, we're going to tell them to stop. So again, if we're going to ask here, do you want to play the game again? If you say yes, we're going to play the game again. If you say no, we're not going to play the game again. Notice again, that's an if. So I'm going to put in that if else that we had from before. We're almost done with this part of the code. All right. And if they didn't say yes, all right, so if play again, if that answer, okay, is not equal to, we'll say yes. Okay. And wait a minute. If play again to yes, that doesn't make any sense. No, because that's not what we want. That's the kind of thing we want. All right. But, whoops, we said here, set to play again to answer. In here, we want to put, and we want to check if they put yes or no, right there. Okay. So if what they put in, again, we want to go to the green, the operators. If what they put in, all right, so if that answer, was yes, let's say if they said if it's not equal to, all right, let's change that. Let's change this whole thing. I'm going to get rid of that. And we're going to say if you did not put in there, all right, so if you did not put in there, like that, if not, if they didn't answer yes, we don't want them to play anymore. They're done. So what we do is we come in and we set play again to false. That'll stop our game. And if they get down to here, we do want to play another game. So since we do want to play another game, we just want to call init variables and start all over again. Now, that was a heck of a lot to throw at you in a short amount of time. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take our lunch now. And when we come back at 1 o'clock, all right, I'm going to do the best I can to make a copy of this program and send a copy of it to all of you at the email addresses that I have for you. All right. So it is 11:53. It's a little bit early, but we will meet up again at 1 o'clock and I will go over all of this. Then when we get done, the code that we have to write for the heads and tails is literally 2 lines for each one. That's it. And then we'll write about 10 lines for the wizard and we'll be done. All right. So I'm probably making this harder than it actually is what I'm telling you. Let's take a break. We'll meet back up here at 1 o'clock. See you then. All right, hopefully everybody is back, or just about everybody is back. We had a problem with at least one student this morning who couldn't get into Zoom through no fault of his own. All right, but I do want to spend 5 minutes as we start to help that person and anyone else who does not yet have a Scratch account get that Scratch account. So you know who you are. I'm not trying to embarrass or anything, anybody, but if you would please just go out to scratch.mit.edu. You don't need the https:// Just go out to scratch.mit.edu. So if you go out there, you're going to get to right here. That's the Scratch homepage. What you want to do is you want to click the button up here in the upper right-hand corner that says Join Scratch. All right. After you do that, you'll be presented with something like this. You are first asked to create a username. This shouldn't be your regular name, but it should be something that makes sense to you. I would recommend using only letters, and I would recommend putting it all in lowercase. Then do the same thing with the password. I think the password has to be at least 6 characters long. And you type it in, and then you have to type it in again. Okay. After you've done that, click Next, and that'll bring you to right here. It'll say, what country do you live in? If you click the drop down, I believe United States of America is first. It asks you when you were born. You can either fill that in if you want to with whatever you want, or put in your actual birth month and year. Gender, same thing. If you'd rather not say, then just click that button. If you're a female, that one, male, that one, etc. Then it asks for a viable or an actual email address. You need this because the system is going to go and set up your account for you, but it'll send you a confirmation email at that address that you have to enter in order to be able to get started. All right, and that's it. So again, for those of you who might have problems this morning with that, I wanted to quickly go over it so you could hear that. All right, okay, next. I was reading the chat during the break. This is the wrong one, of course, but let me bring it back up. I was looking at the chat during the break to see what people were hopefully talking about. And let's see. Bring that back up like this. So let me bring the chat window back up here. There it is. And I'm not sure if you can see that or not, so I want to make a new share so that you can. All right. First of all, can somebody answer, can you see the screen and the chat window in the front of the code? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, somebody had written down, I can't understand this. Can we please review it after lunch? Yes. We're going to review everything. Plus, I fixed it, and I've got a copy that you can all copy. So what we're going to do, for lack of better words, is we're going to start at the end and work backwards. And what I mean is, I'm going to show you a finished copy of this, show you how you can get it, and then we'll go through the steps of actually creating it. And I think one thing I've learned from this morning is I think this is going to be a better way to do this is I'll show you the final product. I will give you the chance to copy it. So if you have any problems, you have the final product, then we will build it together as a class. Now, if you go out to this URL that's right here, and I realize that might not be that easy to see, so I'm gonna copy it. And then blow up the size and let you see that there. So give me a second as I'm, again, changing my shares on this back and forth. All right, can you see on the screen? https:// scratch.mit .edu/project/5526445552. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to actually even make it a little bit bigger. There. If you open up a new window in your browser and you put this in, it has the completed project in it. So if you put that in and hit enter, there should be a button then that says remix. If you click that button, you will then have a complete working copy of the program. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
So
Yes.
go ahead and try that. If you have any problems, let me know. All right, so I'm taking for granted that anyone who wanted to bring the project in for themselves was able to do that. So let me minimize this. Let me run the program to show you what it's doing now, and then we'll go over it step by step. All right, so this is what it looks like. You run it. In 5 seconds, I will simulate flipping a coin 100 times and let you know the total heads and the total tails. And then it does. And then it comes back and says, play game again. Yes to play again. Anything else to end game now. So if I do say yes, and it's expecting it with a big Y, a little E, and a little S. So if I do say that, it goes through it all over again. All right. Now I'm going to say no because there's no reason to play it another time. But hopefully you get the idea from that. Okay, so the program is now not running any longer. So let's just go through it as though we've done nothing in the past. Absolutely nothing. So I'm going to go over every single bit of this program. While I'm doing this, if you have any questions, please stop me. All right. You know, you probably have heard this saying, or maybe your parents have heard this saying, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So in other words, maybe we went too fast this morning. So I'm trying to slow it down so it's easier for you to understand what we're doing. So I'm gonna start by going over, this is the wizard. So this is the code for the wizard. So when the program starts, all right, when the program starts, it'll send what's called a start message. All right, that says to show the wizard. So it'll show her. Then the wizard will say, in 5 seconds, I will simulate flipping a coin 100 times and let you know the total heads and the total tails. And it'll keep that message up for 5 seconds. Does that make sense to everybody?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. This code that's right here, that code, that's the code that runs when we start to run the program. See this bubble here that says in 5 seconds what the wizard is saying? Everybody see this? All right. That code that is doing that is the code that you see, whoops, that you see right here. So we're telling it, hey, when the program starts, you're going to receive this start message. When you receive that, show the wizard. Then have the wizard say, in 5 seconds, I will simulate flipping a coin 100 times and let you know the total heads and the total tails. And it will show that message for 5 seconds. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You want me to repeat it again?
Yes.
Okay. When the program starts, the wizard will show on screen. Then the wizard will say this message here. And it'll stay up on the screen for 5 seconds rather. Then the wizard will hide itself. That's it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then when the program ends, after it is printing out the number of heads and the number of tails, the wizard will show or come back again. And the wizard will say, play game again? Yes to play again. Anything else to end game now? And it'll wait for the answer. And then once you put in an answer and you hit enter, it'll hide. Does all that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
So this is what
Yes.
happens at the
Yes.
start. That's the start of the program. And after it runs and it flips the coin 100 times and it says how many heads and how many tails, then it does this to say, do you want to play it again? All right. So that's everything the wizard does. Then this is it for quarters. The total, in fact, the quarters and the or the heads rather and tails are the same thing, except one says total number of heads, and the other one says total number of tails. All this says is, hey, sooner or later, you're going to send me a message, and that message is going to be called show total heads. When I get that message, I want to have the quarter itself say how many heads that it had. Also, I want the tails to say how many tails it had. So when I run this again, you'll notice that's what the head says, that's what the tail says. So those two messages that you saw right there, those two messages are what comes up here for the total tails and here for the total heads. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Again, I'm not in any rush to get through this. So if there's anything that doesn't make sense, please keep stopping me. It's totally fine. All right. Then let's look at this is what we did right before the break. So this is the title. This is basically the thing on the screen that says this simulates a coin flip. All right. So what is that doing? I'm going to blow this up a little bit and we'll go in and out of it so you can see everything. So when the program starts, it calls a routine called init variables. Where is that and what does it do? Well, I changed the names because I've got my heads and tails in here. So init variables sets the current flip to 0. I haven't flipped any coins yet, so it's setting it to 0. Since I haven't flipped any coins yet, I don't have any total heads or total tails. I set that to 0, each one of those. And I do want to play again, so I set that to true. Then I broadcast start message. This tells the wizard, hey, I want you to say the program's about to begin, etc. I want you to do all that stuff. Does all that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so we come back here and we first call that routine to do all this stuff. So that's what we do first. Okay. And then as long as the user wants to keep playing, notice that every single thing that's in here, everything from right here to right down here, we keep doing all of that stuff as long as they want to keep playing. How do we know that they don't want to play anymore? They type in something other than yes, and when they do that, play again will be set equal to false. If they type in yes, play again will be true. If they type in anything but yes, it will be false. Then inside of here, so that repeat starts here and it ends here. So 100 times we're saying the current flip is going to be 1 if it's a heads. So give me a number. If you give me a 1, it's a heads. If you give me a 2, it's a tails. We could have said 0 and 1 in here as well. We could have said 57 and 58. But we only want this to print or show us one of two numbers. So in this case, this is the current flip. If the current flip was a 1, so if this pick random gave me a 1, then I want to add 1 to my total number of heads. Otherwise, it gave me a 2. So I want to add 1 to my total number of tails. Does that make sense to everyone?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. So in this repeat loop, what we're doing in here is we're simulating you sitting and flipping a coin 100 times. When you flip a coin, it's going to come up either heads or tails. But in our program, it's going to come up 1 or 2. If it's 1, it's a head. If it's 2, it's a tails. So if it comes up a 1, we add 1 to our total number of heads. Otherwise, that's the else there. It came up a 2, so we add 1 to our total number of tails. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So once we've done that, this repeat loop, once we've done that loop that's in here, once we've done that up to here, we've now flipped the coin 100 times. So now we have to tell the heads, we have to tell that thing, hey, show me how many heads you've got. So this line that says broadcast total heads, what that does is it causes that to appear on screen. Total number of heads, 57, let's say, for 4 seconds. Then the other one, we also tell it to broadcast total tails. So that's going to bring up for tails, total number of tails, 43, for example, for 4 seconds. So that is going to cause those little bubbles to come up on both of them to say how many heads we had and how many tails we had. Then when we're done with that, we're going to wait. So that'll stay up for 5 seconds. Then we broadcast this play again. What that will do is that will go back to the wizard, and the wizard will now show it himself or herself and say, do you want to play the game again? Yes to play again and no for anything else. And then it'll hide. So it'll be there waiting after you answer, you put in a yes or a no or whatever, and you hit enter, then the wizard will go away. You will jump back then to here. And if you did not put in yes, a big Y, a little E, and a little S, if you didn't put that in, it's going to set play again to false, meaning you're done. Otherwise, you're going to call init variables up here, and it's going to jump right back into here because play again is still set to true, and it's going to do everything all over again that we just mentioned. So I'm asking you all the question, does the logic in the program here, does it make sense? Yes, no, somewhat?
It makes sense.
Okay. Now, one thing to realize, it is called a programming language for a reason. And what I mean is, it's a language. You're learning a new language. So, it's silly to expect that after a couple hours, this is totally going to make sense. All right. One thing about a computer you may or may not be aware of. A computer, by and large, it understands a couple hundred words. All right. That really is it. A computer is not really a smart piece of equipment. What makes it smart is the person who tells it what to do. All right. And the computer can only do what you tell it to do. If you tell it to do something wrong, it's going to try to do it anyway. All right. So what I would like to do is I'd like us to start all over again and see if we can build this together. All right. So before we do that, if I put the chat back on, I've got a question for you. You have to answer this for me, please. Can you see the chat window?
Yes.
Okay. If you have not already done so, if you do want a working copy of this, you can go out to this URL right here. And again, it's the same one that was out here. So you can go out there. put that into an empty, into your browser window. All right, into an empty tab and hit enter. Then it'll come up with my project, and there should be a button on the upper right that says remix. If you choose remix, you then have a copy. You really should save it, but then you've got a copy.
Question.
All right. Yes.
Is there any way to find all of the projects that we did today?
Yes. Tomorrow, I'm going to give you a link. All right. And it'll have everything we've done today, plus it'll have everything we're going to do the rest of the week.
So it's okay.
Now, some of you, it appeared as though you don't have a lot of experience with zipping and unzipping folders, and that's okay. So what I did was out on the chat here is I copied over this head picture and this tails picture. They're both right here. And if you put your mouse over it, it should say click to open. And if you click on it to open, it opens it up. You may not be able to see this, but it opens it up in Microsoft Paint. And then all you have to do after you do that is the right mouse. You should be able to then be able to do a save on it. And you can do the same thing for the other one. So in other words, you should be able to come back also to the tails and do that. I mean, we did it this morning, and for the heads, I had an apple, and for the tails, I had bananas, but that was confusing. And the last thing in the world I wanted to do was to confuse somebody, but I think it did anyway. So I think doing it like this, hopefully will help. All right. So what I am going to do right now is I'm literally going to go back and I'm going to start from the beginning. So I'm going to create a brand new project in here. All right, so let me close anything I've got open. Again, that was the address. So just so I've got the project, I'm going to do a file, save now. So now I've saved it. All right, and I'm going to start a new project up right now by clicking File, New. And I'd like you to follow along with me if you would, please. Okay, all right. So the first thing I want to do is I want to give this thing a name. All right. So it was I am Jeffrey P. That's my login dash. I'm going to call it coin flip. You can call it whatever you'd like. The one that we're creating right now. All right. I'll make sure you've got a link to that one. All right, for tomorrow morning, plus a link to the one we did this morning with the rainbow art. Everybody will have it. So if for some reason you weren't able to participate this morning, you'll have that also. All right. Anybody have any problems with what we've done so far?
No.
Okay. So first, let's remove this cat sprite. We're not using the cat here. So I'm going to click on it, then right mouse click and choose delete. All right. And what I'm going to do, because we didn't do it like this last time, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my interface up first. So I'm going to set the whole screen up the way I want it to look. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to put in the code. All right. Now, again, if you did what I showed you to do in the chat, all right, if you did that and you brought these two files in, you now have a picture of a heads and you've got a picture of a tails. If for some reason you weren't able to do that, then you can go back and
By
again
the way,
use something else.
you're not recording, by the way.
What's that?
You're not recording, by the way.
I'm not. I had said to start recording.
Wait.
No, I'm recording.
Oh, sorry. I just didn't see it at first.
Okay, thank you. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to paint my interface. So the first thing I'm going to do, we did this before, is I'm going to come into here, choose a sprite, and I'm going to choose the paint. All right. I'll keep it, well, last time I made it purple, let's make it a different color this time. So I'll make it blue. All right. And so it's blue, and I'm going to click T, which means text. And I'm just going to start typing. So coin flip simulator. You can call it whatever you like. It really and truly doesn't matter. But I'm going to take this and I'm going to click on it here to make it bigger like that. And I'm going to put it up here. Try to move it over so it looks somewhat decent. So now if I go to see what it looks like that. Well, I can already tell I got to move it over a little bit. See that? Okay. So let's move that over just a little. Still not enough. Well, you get the idea. All right. I'll just call it coin flip. How's that? Just to make it easier. I don't want to waste time on this because all we're doing is just figuring out where it should go on the screen. So I'll write it again, and I'm just going to type in coin flip. All right. Then I'm going to take it and move it. Up near the top. All right. So everybody can see now that it says coin flip. I moved it up too high, but you get the idea. There we go. So we've got the coin flip. That's the first thing. All right. Again, all I'm trying to do right now is build the interface, nothing else. Okay. The next thing that I want to do then is I want to add the wizard. So I'm going to come down again where it's got choose a sprite, and I'm going to go and choose the first one, the first option that says choose a sprite right there. I'm going to choose that, and it's down near the bottom. Or you can just click on people here. And let's make it a little different this time. So I'll choose the wizard frog, or toad, I guess it is. All right, so there's my toad. It's probably going to be too big the size it currently is. So I'm going to cut it down to half its size by going here into size and typing in 50 where it said 100. Now it's half as big as it was. All right, so here's my interface right now. In fact, it's going to look funny because the toad, the stuff that comes out of its mouth is going to be way over here. So what I'll do is I'll move the toad over to the other side. Okay. Then I want to add my head and my tails. Now, if you copied those files over like I asked you to, you'll be able to do this. You click again on choose sprite. You go up to the very top where it says upload sprite, and then you find where it is. So there's my head, and I will quickly do my tail as well. Oops. So there's my tail. Now, if you had problems with that, you can use anything. It doesn't have to be heads or tails. But the thing that's nice is since it's a coin flip, using heads and tails, to me at least, makes sense. All right. So I'm going to do a file save because pretty much right now I've completed my interface. Well, I don't know what I did. I clicked the wrong button. So let me bring it back again. All right. So when I run this now, there's my interface. Granted, it's not much. It doesn't show or say that much, but you get the idea. All right. Anyone have any questions on anything that I've done so far? This is your chance to ask if you've got a question. All right, then I'll continue on. So right now, it's not doing very much. And it's not doing very much because I really didn't tell it to do much of anything. All right, so we're going to change that right now. And again, the order in which we do this stuff is totally up to us. As I mentioned before, what I want to have happen is when the game starts, there's 4 pieces of information that I need to know about. Piece number 1, do I want to play a game? And that's what's called a Boolean variable, because it'll either be yes or no, like true or false. Yes, I do want to play a game. No, I don't want to play a game. All right, but we're going to say that we always want to play at least one game, so we're going to set it to true. Then I need the total number of heads, I need the total number of tails, and I need to know what the current coin flip was. Was it a head or was it a tail? All right, so what I'm going to do with my title up here, make sure your title sprite is the one that's up here. Make sure that title sprite is the one that's there. All right, then come over here into our palette area, go way down to the bottom and choose My Blocks. When you click on that, there should be a button here that's white with black text that says Make a Block. That's what we want to do. So click on Make a Block, and it asks you to name it. And I'm just going to call this init, I-N-I-T, because I'm initializing stuff. Init, that's all I'm doing. And I click OK. So now it's got this thing here that says define init. So now I put in there everything I want to have happen. Well, I already mentioned to you that there's 4 pieces of information. There's my current flip, there's my total number of heads, there's my total number of tails, and there's my play again. Well, right now, I don't have anything that's representing those. So I've got to go right up above the blocks that I just chose, my blocks. I want to choose variables right there. So click on variables, and we're going to create 4 variables. So we go up to make a variable up here, just like we had make a block before. Now it's make a variable. So we go up there, we click on that. The order in which you make these 4 does not matter, but I'm going to make a first one called play again, one word, little P-L-A-Y, big A, little G-A-I-N. Make sure it's set to for all sprites, not for the current sprite only, for all sprites. That means that anything that's on the screen can access it. That's what I want. So click OK. Now I've got a new variable. By default, it puts the new variable right up on my interface. I don't want it there. I don't want this to show. So to get rid of it, I come back and there's my new variable. It's got a box in there that's checked. I uncheck that box by clicking it. Now I'm going to create a second variable. So far, I've got play again. I'm going to now create another variable, and I'm going to call it current flip. And it's my current coin flip. C-U-R-R-E-N-T, capital F, little L-I-P. I'm again going to make sure it's set to for all sprites. And I'm going to click OK. That gave me a second variable. But again, it's showing up here, and I don't want it to. So I uncheck it right there. Then I make a third variable. That will be called total heads. Lowercase T-O-T-A-L, capital H-E-A-D-S. Make sure it's set to for all sprites and click OK. Again, I don't want it up here. So I uncheck it. And then I create one last variable. And that's total tails. Little T-O-T-A-L, capital T, little A-I-L-S. For all sprites, okay, and I uncheck it. So I now have my 4 variables that I want to initialize inside of init. How do I do that? Well, here's my variables. I want to say set it to something. So I can do this 2 ways, and I'm going to show you both ways. I can set current flip to 0, totally fine. Then I can do a right mouse click and duplicate and put it in again and duplicate it again and duplicate it again. Totally fine. And then change all these. So this will become total heads, total tails, and play again, which we are going to set to true. So that's one way I can do this. That's one more line, and then this routine is done. Or I can do them one at a time. So I can drag this one in. That's good. Then I can drag in another one and change the name of it to total heads. Then drag in another one and set it to total tails. Then drag in one more and set that to play again. And I want that to be false. All right. I'm sorry. True. My error. I apologize. True. All right. So that's defining all my variables. But now I want to call the wizard back and I want to tell the wizard, hey, start giving the instructions so that the person knows how the game is played. So what I want my title page, the thing with coin flip on it, this page, I want it to talk to the toad, the wizard toad. But it can't talk to it directly because that's the way the language works. Instead, I must do what's called broadcast a message. So I'm going to broadcast a message from here that this guy will understand. How do I do that? I come over here under events, and there is a broadcast message. So I put that there. Message 1 is a silly name. It doesn't mean much. But what I want is I want the program to start. So I'm going to broadcast, and it's going to be called a start message. You should always aim to try to come up with names for these things that make sense. So a start message, okay. So it will now broadcast a start message. Now, if I run the program, it's absolutely nothing's going to happen. There's nothing programmed in yet for the wizard, for the total heads, or for the heads, or for the tails. This is the only code that we put in there. All right. So like I said, that it just won't make any sense to the system right now. All right. So let's continue on then. And which one of these we do first? If we do this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, or in reverse, it doesn't matter. The order in which we do the code for these 4 pieces that are on our interface does not matter. All right. I'm doing basically the heart of the program, which is the hardest part first. And then we'll do the toad. And these are only 2 lines apiece. Okay. So I'm going to come in here now. And in my title, now I want to put in the code. So this is the code I'm going to want to run when the program begins. So I come over here and I find a when clicked. That basically says when the program starts. So when it clicks, the first thing I want it to do is I want it to call this routine. I want it to set these things to 0 or true and then broadcast that message. But I can't take this and drag it there. It doesn't fit. I have to do what's called call that init routine. How do I do that? I go back to my blocks and look what's right there. There's my block. There's my init. So right now, when the program runs, it still won't do anything, but it is calling the routine to set all my variables to 0 or true and to broadcast the start message. But I didn't write a start message yet. So really, nothing is going to happen. All right, I'm going to keep talking. And if you have questions, I'm going to take for granted you're going to stop me. All right, any and all questions are welcomed. Now, I want to run this program continuously until the user tells me they don't want to run it anymore. All right, I'm going to run this continuously until they say they don't want me to run it anymore. So I'm going to come into my control and I'm going to put in here a repeat until. And I want to repeat this code that I'm about to put in until this thing that's called play again changes from true to false. So I want to repeat it until that happens. Well, again, you see the weird shape that's up here. This shape means I've got to go over to my controls because that's where that shape is. All right, and what I want to put in there, I want to repeat until the play again is equal to false. So I want to keep doing this until this is equal to something. Well, there's an equal one right there. So I grab that one and put it in. You see how nice it fits? Well, I don't want 50. I want the word false in there that I type in. False. But there's nothing here. Well, I've already got a variable that says whether or not I want to play again, and it's called play again. So I go over to my variables, I find the variable called play again, and I put that in there. So I'm telling it that all the code that I'm about to put inside of here, right there, I'm telling it to run that code over and over and over and over and over and over again until I ask you if you want to play again and you don't say yes. All right. So now in here, I'm going to put inside of my repeat loop, I'm going to put in another repeat loop. But this one, I want it to happen 100 times. These are my coin flips. These are my coin flips right here. All right. Well, how do I know what my current coin flip is? Well, I've got a variable called current flip. So what I want to do is under my variables here, I want to set current flip equal to something. Equal to what? Let me move this down a bit so it doesn't, otherwise it's going to be hard to see in a minute. All right. I don't want to set it to 0. I'm handling this by saying, hey, computer, create a random number for me. Either give me a 1 or give me a 2. If you give me a 1, it's a heads. If you give me a 2, it's a tails. How do I do that? Again, I replace that 0. I go back into my controls again, and I've got this random. Pick a random number and see how nice that fits. I don't want a number from 1 to 10. I only want a number from 1 to 2. And if that number is a 1, I want to add 1 to my total number of heads. Otherwise, I want to add 1 to my total number of tails. How do I do that? I go in here and I find under my controls, there is a nice if, then, else. And I put that right there. And I want to say in here, if the current flip was a 1, then I want to add 1 to total heads. Otherwise, or else, I want to add 1 to total tails. All right, so how do I do that? Again, you see the shape. That means we've got to put one of these in from our green control section. So if current flip, now I don't want to put it in like this because that's just a string. What I want to do is I want to go over to my variables and grab current flip and put it in there. And if that's equal to 1, I know that that's simulating the computer. It's like I flipped the coin and it came up heads. So what do I want to do? I want to I want to change my total number of heads by 1, which means add 1 to the total number of heads that I had. All right, because I just got a 1. If I didn't get a 1, and since it can only be a 1 or a 2, it must be a 2. So what do I want to do? Well, if that's the case, I want to up my total tails by 1. So what we've done in here, playing computer, is we said when the program starts, initialize my variables, send my begin message to the wizard. Then, as long as I want to keep playing, and I want to keep playing at the beginning because I set that to true, then 100 times, give me 100 different random numbers. That's either a 1 or a 2. If you give me a 1, add 1 to my total heads counter. If you give me a 2, add 1 to my total tails counter. And that's what we've done so far. And we're doing that 100 times. All right. Once we get down to here, I'm still in my repeat loop, but I want to be outside I'm still in my repeat until loop, but now I've done it 100 times. So what do I need to do? I need to have the quarter head tell me how many heads we got. I need the quarter tail to tell me how many tails we got. All right. Again, it can't directly do those, so I need to bring in those broadcast messages. So I go to events and I go to broadcast. And again, I put in here broadcast. Message 1 is a silly name. So I'm going to put in here for the name, new message, show total heads. That's what I'm going to broadcast. And since I'm broadcasting show total heads, it probably would also be a good idea to show total tails. So again, I go new message, show total tails. And now I've got that. Now I've broadcast both of those messages, but I want to keep that up on the screen for a little bit. So I'm going to tell it to wait for 5 seconds. In other words, that message should just sit up there for 5 seconds. All right. And after it does that, then I want to come in and I want to find out if you want to play the game again. Well, who asks if I want to play the game again? The wizard does. But remember, I can't talk directly to the wizard. Instead, I have to do a broadcast. So I'm going to do a broadcast and wait right here. All right. And then I'm going to basically, what do we want to do here? Well, we want to ask if they want to play another game or not. All right. So I'm going to put a new message and I'll call it play another game or not. So that's the message that I'm going to broadcast. All right. And after we have done that, the user, remember that's what the code has asked, and either you're going to enter yes or you're going to enter something else. If you enter a yes, we want to play the game again. If you enter anything except for a yes, we don't want to play the game again. All right. So if you entered anything that is not yes, you're done. So I'm going to put in here an if then else right there. And I'm going to say, if you entered something that was not, all right, if that was not yes, but I can't type a Y in there. That doesn't make any sense because it wouldn't fit in there. I can't type in there. So I need to say something that equals yes. So I bring in this. Now I can bring in my variable that's called play again. And I can say if that was not yes, I know I'm done. What do I do when I'm done? When I'm done, I set my play again variable. I set it to false because I don't want to play anymore. Otherwise, I do want to play again. So to get me ready to do my next game, I want to call this init thing again. So I go drag that over and I do that. Now that was a lot to throw at you, but with what we've done so far, let's go back. All right, let's go back and backtrack. All right. We've got yet our total heads and total tails. There'll be only 2 lines for each one of those. The program will start, and when it starts, we will want the toad to say, hey, I'm going to do a simulating coin flip here. And I'll count how many heads you have, and I'll count how many tails you have. Okay, then the total hide. And then you'll have a message that'll come up from here that'll say something like total heads 51. They'll have something come up from here that'll say something like total tails 49. In the meantime, this guy is hidden. Then he'll come back again and he'll say, do you want to play another game? All right. So we've got to put in that code. All right. Now, again, I think I've already said this, but the good news is for the heads and the tails, there's almost no code. And it's the same code, except in one case, you're accounting for heads. And in the other case, you're accounting for tails. All right. So what do? Well, remember that there's a message that gets broadcast from here that's called show total heads. And there's one that gets to here that's called, whoops, that's called, come on, show total tails. So those are what we need. So for my heads, I come through here and I say, when I receive a show total heads, all right, what do I want to do? I want to show the total number of heads. Now, this is a little quirky the way that it works, but I go up, I think it's in, where is it? Is it up here? I want to do a say. It might be sound, probably is. Nope, okay. There's the say. All right, so I want to go up and do a say, but I want to have kind of a complex message here. I want to be able to say total heads, and then I want it to show me that number. Well, right now, this is only set up to show me one thing. I can't do this. I cannot say show total number heads and then have a number go in there. It won't work like that because it's two different things I'm putting in. So to make this work, I have to go to my, I think it's my green area, and I've got to find what's called a join. All right, right there, it says join. I want to, what do I want to join? Well, I want to join this that says total number heads and a colon and a space. And here I don't want banana. I want the total number of heads. So I go down to my variables and I find total heads and I put that in there and I'll show it for about 4 seconds. Again, this is just saying that when the program run is done, this should say something like total number of heads 47. All right. And then I want to write basically the same code for my tails. There's 2 ways I can do this. I can start all over again since it's only 2 lines and put them in, or I can grab the code from here, drag it on top of the total tails, and just let go. So now I've got the same code under total heads and under total tails. You can do it either way. What's nice about that is if you've got a really big thing of code, it's much easier to copy it than it is for you to start all over again. But since this is the tails, I don't want it to say show total heads. I want it to say show total tails. I want this to say tails. Oops. And I want this to say tails. All right. So the only thing that we have left is the wizard toe. It is 1:52, so I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes, and we're going to come back and finish this. While you're gone, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them when we come back, okay? So let's come back at 2:02, please. All right, if you take a look on your screen right now, the question got asked right before we came back. Yes, these are the 2 projects we did today. We're still working on the coin flip one. These, if you put in those URLs into an address bar and do a remix, you'll be able to get my copies of the rainbow art program that we did this morning and the coin flip we started this morning, and we're going to finish now. All right, so we're going to do 3 more things between now and 2:55. First, we're going to finish this coin flip program. And again, if there's any questions, I'd appreciate you asking me them. I also put the links to these projects in the chat, so they're in there as well. All right, so that's the first thing we're going to do. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the finished project that we're going to do in the morning tomorrow. And we should be able to finish it, most of it in the morning. We'll see. And then I'll give you what we'll do in the afternoon. I'm going to show you both of those. All right. I know we talked about it, but I want you to see them running. Okay.
Can you-
So that's what we're going to do. Yes.
Can you send them in the chat again?
Can I send them in the chat again?
Yes.
Yeah. They should be there, and it's to
Thanks.
everyone. All right. So I'll tell you what I'll do too. I will make sure by the end of the day today, when I get done and I produce this, because I'm taping everything, and when I produce this, I will send everybody here an email that's got the address to what we did. So it'll have an address to this YouTube presentation, and it'll have this stuff on it. So you'll be able to look at all that if you want to or need to do that. All right, let me change my share here and go back to the program. Paint. There we are. Nope, that's paint also. Come on, where are you? Nope, I don't want that. Let's save that and get out of there. Okay, that's okay. Share screen. Okay, I don't want that either. This. Here we go. All right, can everyone right now on the screens where I got the mouse up here see where when I receive show total heads? Everybody see that?
Yes.
So that's the code.
Yes.
That's the code
So-
for our total heads. If you don't have that, you'd want to put that in. And as you'd probably guess, the code for the total tails is exactly the same, except rather than saying heads, you'll say tails. So that's the code for the total heads. And that's the code for the total tails. I'm sorry, I got it backwards. That's heads and that's tails. So tails and heads. So the only thing we have left to do is to put in the code for the wizard. And the good news is altogether, it's like 10 lines of code. So it's not going to take us very long. I hope to be done with that around 2:30 and then take any questions and then quickly show you what we're going to be building tomorrow. All right, so that's the game plan for the rest of the period today. So I'm now going to bring up the wizard. There's no code in there right now, but I'm going to put the code in. So what I want to do is I want to go into my events. Remember, the wizard has got to act twice. It has to act whenever a new program run starts because it has to give the directions. All right. And it has to come up at the end after the program is run to say, do you want to run it again? And it gets broadcast messages for both of those. So when the computer receives a start message, what does it want to do? Well, first of all, it wants to show itself. So the wizard will now show itself. That's fine. Then the wizard will want to say whatever we want him to say. But I'm going to say this. Just keep it like this. Coin flip simulator. I'll flip 100 times and show the results. Again, you could put whatever you'd like to put in there. And I'm going to put that in for 5 seconds. And then after that 5 seconds, I don't want the wizard to be on the screen anymore. So rather than having the frog wizard show, I'm going to have the frog wizard hide. All right, that's half my code I've got left right there. Now, that's going to handle when the game starts. If the wizard will show, it'll give this message, and then it'll hide. The other thing that I want to do, again, I'm going to go to events, and again, it's when I receive, but this is to play another game or not. Well, in order for the wizard to ask me if we should play the game or not, well, what do we want to do? Well, again, we want the wizard to show himself, herself, itself, whatever that toad is. And then we want to use the wizard to ask or say something like, play again, answer yes or no. And we'll again keep that on. In fact, we're not going to do a say because that's telling them. We want to ask them. So I'm going to do an ask. I apologize. Let's find an ask. Oh my goodness. Come on. I know you're in here. Thought it was up here. There it is. So we want the wizard to ask, play again, answer yes or no, please. All right. And then we again want the wizard to hide. Remember, I can either grab hide from in here and drag it in, totally fine, just like that. Or since I got it right here, I can do a duplicate and just copy it and put it there. And I believe, unless I've missed something, and we're going to see in a minute, that the program is finished. You should always, 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 when you're done, before you run it, always do a file, save now. So let's run it and see if indeed it works or if I'm missing anything. So click the green start to run it. Well, it already gave me that. That's interesting. Not sure why I got that, but all right. Answer yes or no, please. Yes. Well, I thought I said yes. Maybe I didn't. Let's run it again. This is running way too fast and it wasn't doing that before. So it's something is goofed up in my timing. All right, we'll figure out what it is. I'm not worried about it. Let's figure it out right now. Let's see, stop the run. All right, the program begins. We initialize our variables. We bring up the start message. That's good. When we bring up the start message for the wizard shows himself, says coin flip simulator for 5 seconds, then hides himself. That's good. That's exactly what we'd want to have happen. All right. Then, and 5 might have been too much time. That might be what the problem is here. So I'm going to change that from 5 to like 3. All right. So then we should be showing the total number of heads and the total number of tails, unless I missed something in there, which I don't think I did, but let's look. So when we start, we call our initialization to initialize everything. We already looked at that. Then we repeat this, and everything goes in that repeat. That's good. And then we've got this repeat that's going to do 100 times, set the current flip. If it's a 1, add 1 to heads. If it's a 2, add 1 to tails. Then broadcast total heads and broadcast total tails. And again, let's cut down the amount of time for this. We'll make that 2, and we'll make that 2. All right. Then we're going to wait. Let's not wait 5 seconds. Let's just wait 2 seconds. I think that's all those weights and stuff. I think that's what was screwing up the way this looked. Then we ask we have the wizard come out to ask if we want another game. If we don't answer yes, we set play again to false because we're done. Otherwise, we call a nit, which is after we hit a nit, we're going to go right back up to here and do our repeat again. And since it's still true, all right, it should allow us to play another game. So I'm going to do another file, save now, bring it up here, and run the program. Still, that's happening too fast. I don't know why that is. Wasn't doing that before, but yes. And that yes isn't taking either. So that means it's one of 2 things. It still is a timing issue, which I don't think it is because I changed the time, or where I've got my code, I'm starting something too early or ending something too early. So I'll take a look at it. Broadcast wait. See if that all looks correct to me. Could there be something wrong? Of course there could. So what I will do is I will take a look at this in a half an hour when we finish. And by 3:15, there will be a working copy of it out there that works correctly. I don't know what the problem is, but I'll find it out. So what I want to do then is I'm going to do my file save. All right. And I'm going to go back. Let's see, this was inside of the PowerPoints, which of course I closed, but that's okay. Again, I want to show you now what we will be working on tomorrow. All right. We will work on 2 different programs tomorrow, just like we did today. All right. Now I've created these programs, and I have created these programs already under my Jeffrey P username, not the new one that I did with you guys this morning. I am Jeffrey P. So the reason I'm telling you that is now when I come up here, and I put in this, which basically all I'm putting in there is the URL for this. All right. And I hit enter. It's got my guessing game. All right. And it is recognizing I'm on the same machine, that it's me. But I've got a question for you. Can you see my guessing game up on your screen or not?
No.
Okay. Then I got to change my share again. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So this is the one that we will do tomorrow then, just to give you a look. I mean, as you notice, there's quite a bit of code right there, but we'll have plenty of time to work on it. So let's run it and see what it looks like. Scratch comes up, welcome. The computer generates a random number between 1 and 100. You attempt to guess it. Please enter a guess below, and that goes in here. So I'm going to put in 50. That's half of, and guess too high. Please try again. I hope you all realize that already means that I have eliminated 51 numbers already. All the numbers from 50 to 100 have been eliminated because it said my guess was too high. So I'm going to go half of it again, say 25, guess too low. So in 2 guesses, I know the number must be between 26 and 49. All right, I'll put it about in the middle, 37, too high. So I know the number is between 26 and 36. So I'll try 31, still too high. So it's between 26 and 30. Okay, it's got to be 26 or 27, I think. You guess the secret number in 6 guesses. And then you ask if you want to play again. If you say yes, it'll go through the whole thing all over again. Does that make sense to everyone? Questions?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Then
Yes.
with the other one, I'm going to go back here and do my stuff and find that one. Can you now see on the screen the magic 8-ball?
Yes.
Okay. So this one's got a lot of code in it. If you look at that, don't let that throw you, because basically what it's saying is it's going to generate a random value, for lack of better words. All right. And what I did, you may care about this, you may not, but I actually went out to Google Images and I found an image that had all 15 things that the magic 8-ball says. Then I went into a drawing package and cut it up into 15, made 15 different images out of it. All right, and that's what we're using in here. So when we run this one, it looks like this to start with. Then when we run it, welcome to the Magic 8-Ball program. Ask me any question you dare. What is your question? And down here, I'll say, for example, will it rain tonight? And I clicked it there. That's it shaking. Well, it's not showing me an answer. I'll have to fix that, but it should be showing me an answer and it's not. There you go. Play that. Yes should be coming up over here. And it says, do you want to play again? All right. And I'll say Y for yes. What is your question? Let's ask another question. Are the students having fun yet? All right. It's shaking, thinking about it. Come on. Well, that doesn't make any sense, but it's just like a regular magic 8-ball that you can buy. All right. Sometimes you ask it a question and the answer that it gives you doesn't make any sense. So tomorrow we will write the guessing game program, and whatever time we have left, we'll go into this magic 8-ball program. Now, I will tell you with this that the guessing game program has no extra images or anything in it. It's just all regular sprites. The magic 8-ball program has actually, I think it's 16 of these sprites. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of them out there under the share. And then you can hopefully bring them into your computer. Does that make sense to everyone?
Can you repeat it?
I'm going to take each one of these, not the cat, but each one of these. These are all images. They all look kind of like this. And I'm going to take each one of those, and I've already got them. I'm going to copy them, and I'm going to copy them over to the share that's for this class. And then I'm going to put them out there. So if you can copy them hopefully all onto your machine. So in other words, and I know you're not going to be able to see all of it right now, but I'm going to come out here. And I'm going to see if I can just do it right now. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to open up the chat window, and I'm going to start putting this stuff in there, because I want you to have this stuff. I don't want us to have to waste any time where we're looking for this or that, whatever this or that happens to be. Well, it's not bringing up my chat window. All right. It's down there. Nope. For some reason, it's not showing me my chat window. Let's see. Do I have it up here? I do not see it up here. I will find my chat window, and you've already seen the chat window, and I will do that right when I get done. I will try to fix everything that still might not be working. You will have the links to all of those images. All right. Now, my question to you is, does this make more sense to do it like this, where we look at the finished product, you copy it over so you have the code, and then we go back and rebuild it as a class? Does that make it easier for you to understand?
Yes.
All right, did this afternoon, going over this coin flip like this, did it make more sense than it did this morning?
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions on anything that we did this morning with the Rainbow Art Program, or any questions still with this right here on the coin flip? Anybody have any questions? If you missed class this morning, again, we had some problems with Zoom. So if you missed class this morning, again, I'm taping this entire thing that we're working on, and it's going to usually it takes about an hour or so to produce this. It's going to be pretty big, but I'll produce it. Then I'll put it out on my YouTube channel, and there'll be a URL for it. I will send you the URL by the end of the, not the end of the period, but is before tomorrow morning, that you will all have an email with the URL for what we did today. There'll be the URL for the Zoom tomorrow. All right. And there'll be working copies of the 2 programs we did today and working copies of the 2 programs we're going to do tomorrow. Anyone have any questions? This is your time to ask. All right, if there aren't any, I'm just going to end class a little bit early today. I will see you tomorrow. If you do come up with any questions before then, my email is J as in Jeffrey, P as in Paul, Scott, SCOTT, at ranken.edu. All right?
JP Scott.
JP Scott at ranken.edu, RANKEN.edu. All right?
And I'm
Okay.
sorry, Mrs. Scott, I do have a question, please.
Go ahead.
I had emailed you earlier. We just got back in town, so we're trying to play catch up with you. This is Janiyah Shelton, and want to know. She had gave me a call and said that we can go through the programs between now and 2:55. So I just wanted to make our presence known that we're trying to play catch up.
Okay, I understand that. Were you able? Was your child able to set up an account for Scratch?
Yes, sir. We just done that, and she's at the first one to learn how Scratch projects go with the little cat.
Okay, great. So what I did, everything that I've done today, everything has been taped. So in other words, there will be a videotape of everything we did for class today. Everything will be out on the system sometime around 4 o'clock. So she can literally watch what we did this morning in class, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, and I will send out an email to all of you that's got, everything we did today, the URL for that, plus finished copies, working copies of the programs.
Okay, sounds great.
Okay, all right. Anyone else have any other questions? All right, then I'm just going to call it a period, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
You too. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Where